of NSFAS. I'm joined this afternoon, Chair, by Mr. Max Fuzane, who is the Chair of our HR Subcommittee from the board, and Mr. Matiwane, who is a member of our EXCO. I'm also joined by the CEO, who is going to make the presentation, and members of management. Just a little bit of context, realizing that we have about 30 minutes to make a presentation. The board, since its appointment, has been conscious about the need for a firm strategy and the need for a firm performance plan. In effecting this, Chair, we took into account, but not limited to, the following factors: economic factors, COVID in particular and its impact on NSFAS operations. We also took into considerations inputs from our various stakeholders. We took into account the relevance of systems, processes, and resources required to effect a sound and firm strategic plan. We also took into account the findings of the Auditor General, which were in many cases very, very instructive. And key to the achievements of our strategic outcomes and objectives are the following objectives, Honorable Chair. The need for organizational stability, which, as we all know, was not the case when we took office. The need for improved systems and processes, which, as we all know, are a cause of complaints and concerns from stakeholders. Adequate funding, which issue we have canvassed again and again with the Portfolio Committee. Improved performance culture and stakeholders' engagement. I'm pleased, Honorable Chair, to report that we have been having very helpful and fruitful engagements with the department on the vexing issue of our admin requirements and of the need to mitigate against those factors that cause instability at the beginning of each year. You will remember, Chair, that two of those factors are the delay in the confirmation of funding, and also the funding shortfall that we have had for so many years. Once again, our engagements with the department, and I must emphasize that we're really finding each other, are such that we are confident that they will soon pay dividends. At this point, Chair, allow me to hand over to the CEO, Mr. Andile Nongogo, to proceed with the presentation. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to the Minister, the DG, the colleagues from the department, the Honorable Chair of the committee, and all the members of the committee. Chair, if I may please just check if the screen is showing on the other side.
It's still in present, like it's not in presentation mode yet.
Is it now fine, Chair?
Yes, it's perfect. Thank you. May go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. Let me also just turn on my video. Thank you, Chair. I'll just try and be quick. The chairperson has given us the situational analysis on how the factors we had taken into account in formulating the APP. Chair, also, I think we are all quite familiar with the mandate of NSFAS, so I'm not going to go into detail, or I'm not going to go through it. And also, Chair, in terms of our mission vision as an entity, I'll jump straight into the presentation of the midterm strategic framework of the organization. In that, here we as NSFAS are contributing to priority 3, which is that of education and skills, education, skills, and health. And of course, there are some indicators that we get as an entity that are coming from the department in contribution to this. Namely, Chair, is the amount of financial aid funds that we need to raise, and also the amounts that we need to recover from our previous beneficiaries. And then, Chair, also in terms of access, it is to contribute to the number of TVET students that are receiving funding through NSFAS bursaries, and the same for a number of university students that are receiving funding. So, Chair, our baselines are indicated and our targets are indicated there. I'll take them as read. Chair, in terms of the strategic outcomes that we have set ourselves as an organization, we had broken down our program or our strategy into 2 parts. This is Goal 1 and Goal 2. Goal 1 is focused on the support, which is what we term administration, the support to our core mandate, which is to provide funding to students, Chair, to those that would not otherwise be able to access this had it not been for this government initiative. And in as far as I'll focus on Goal 2 first. In as far as our objectives, Chair, we were looking to access, in terms of our goal statement for Goal 2, to access funding for eligible students by raising funds, maximizing loans recoveries, and creating a student-centered model for bursaries. And we want to do this through improved communication, through improved support, and of course, with a central application process for our beneficiaries. We have set out 7 outcomes in total, both in relation to our support mandate and also in relation to our core mandate. There are 5 outcomes that we've put together for our core mandate. 1 is the alternative pool of funding available for eligible students. 2, it's a sustainable and improved system of recoveries. 3 is to fund the right student, the correct amount at the right time. Outcome 4 is engage and inform stakeholders. And outcome 5 is a research and knowledge management database for improved decision-making and stakeholder needs. Chair, we will see that most of these outcomes are aligned to our mandate as NSFAS. In terms of the strategic objectives linked to these outcomes is to increase in funding, that is in rand terms, the funds raised for financial aid qualifying students. Of course, Chair, I think we maybe need to put this into context in that we understand that government already provides for those students that are whose household income is between 0 and 350, but this is mainly to look into those that contribute towards the funding for the missing middle. Objective 2 is to increase the recovery rate from NSFAS status. Of course, Chair, the importance of this is that there is still a huge loan book that is still owing from the previous beneficiaries. So the aim is for them to contribute by paying so that they can pay it forward. Strategic objective number 3 is to improve the efficiency of applications, evaluation, funding of students, and payment to institutions and eligible students alike. Objective 4 is to improve service level to customers and stakeholders through monitoring customer satisfaction and taking corrective action where necessary. Objective 5 is for us to undertake research for the better utilization of financial resources, and also to provide the advisory to the minister as required by the Act. In terms of the administration side, which is the support to our core mandate, our goal statement is to implement effective, efficient, and transparent processes and operations to ensure stakeholder objectives are achieved. Outcome 6 is clean governance embedded in all our behaviors and practices. Outcome 7 is an optimal organization that deploys resources efficiently. Resources here, Chair, is both financial resources and, both it's financial resources, human resources, and our IT resources. The strategic objectives that support this goal is to improve and maintain financial performance management and IT governance outcomes, IT governance and audit outcomes. Strategic objective 7 is we are striving for a conducive fit for purpose organization of high performance and productivity. Now, Chair, I just want to maybe talk to our indicators that we've set linked to the outcomes. On outcome 1, where we are looking for alternative pool of funding available for eligible students, we are looking at the amount of funds raised from debtors. So we are specifically targeting a specific rand amount, amount of money recovered from NSFAS the debtors. This is when we are looking at sustainability and improved systems for recovery. In terms of outcome 3, which is really the most important outcome for the organization, which is that of funding the right student, correct amount at the right time. The outcomes we are looking at is the percentage of all valid applications received in each academic year, where provisional funding decisions are communicated to applicants within 30 days of closing of the application timelines. Also, the percentage of continuing students where provisional funding is completed within 10 days of receipt of academic progression or academic results from institutions or DHET. The other indicator is a percentage of assistive devices provided to students with disabilities within 30 days of receipt of the claims. We're also looking at a percentage of funded university students for which the installment of tuition and allowances to institutions are paid on the 25th day of every second month. Sorry.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Then we are also looking at the percentage of funded TVET students for which installment is paid within 30 days on a monthly basis. We are also looking at a percentage of stakeholder engagement survey, number of research reports that we produce each year, and the number of policy advisory briefs we provide to the minister. In terms of the outcome 6, clean government embedded in all behaviors and practices, we are striving for a positive audit outcome of the AG. We want to achieve a baseline maturity level in as far as our ICT. We want to also improve the level of maturity in terms of cybersecurity. We want to contribute towards the percentage of total procurement that is awarded to BE compliant service providers. Then outcome 7, which is an optimal organization that deploys resources efficiently. We are looking at a percentage of approved funded positions filled, and this speaks to our organizational structure. Approved mentorship and coaching program for our senior managers. This is to ensure that we enhance the capacity of our team. And then the percentage of women employed in management positions is one of the the objectives that we are striving for in our APP and strategy. Chair, just in terms of, I'll only just talk to the estimated performance that we are looking at that relates to 2022 and 2023. On the amount of funds or raised from funders, we are looking at an additional 48.3 million that we want to get from other funders, Chair, as a target. Our target for amounts of funds recovered from NSFAS debtors is 388 million. We'll notice, Chair, that we have reduced this target compared to what we had set out in the previous years. This is mainly because we are seeing that the rate of recovery is dropping as a result of economic circumstances. In terms of the percentage of valid applications that we want to process within 30 days, we are targeting at least 90% of those applications. Where we want to make funding decisions to continuing students, we are targeting 90%. And a percentage of assistive devices, we're also targeting 90% of those, Chair. In relation to the number of students where we pay on the 25th for university students, we are targeting to pay 90% of students within 25 days. And in relation to the percentage of funded students for TVETs, it's also 90%. Chair, perhaps if we ask the question why we are not striving for 100%, it's only mainly attributed to the fact that there are non-compliances that we get from time to time when we receive this data from institutions. Chair, in terms of the number or in terms of the stakeholder engagement, what we've set for 2022, 2023 is to develop an engagement tool and collect data as a baseline. The idea here, Chair, is that firstly, we must get to understand what is it that our stakeholders are saying. Based on that, we develop this tool, which we are then going to measure going forward in terms of satisfaction from our stakeholders. The number of research reports that we want to produce each year is 4. The idea, Chair, of the number 4 is on the basis that these research reports are targeted reports that are meant to improve either our funding criteria or inform the funding policy. And we are then also targeting to provide the minister with one policy brief per annum. Chair, in terms of the audit opinion, we are targeting an unqualified audit opinion from the AGSA. We then also, in terms of the ICT governance maturity framework, we are targeting level 3, which is the baseline. And then in as far as the cybersecurity, we want to determine the baseline for in year 1 for our cybersecurity assessment. In terms of our procurement that is directed towards level 1 compliant providers, we are targeting 60% of our procurement to go towards that. In relation to the approved organizational structure, we want to feel, Chair, I think the emphasis here is on funded positions, meaning positions that we've budgeted for. We want to fill 90% of those. I think the 10% is to cater for attrition. And then on the approved mentorship for senior managers, we are targeting that at least 60% of our managers do attend the mentoring and coaching program. For the women employed in management position, the target is 50% throughout the MTEF period. Chair, I will then hand over to the CFO to take us through the budget.
Thank you very much, CEO. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon to the Minister, the Chair of NSFAS, members. I'm going to take you through the 2022-2023 budget. When we look at the budgeted revenue, the total budgeted revenue for the financial year 2022-2023 is 48.9 billion, and it consists of the entity revenue, which is 1.4 billion. the DHET grant, which is 45.8 billion, and other grants that amount to 1.6 million coming from other funders like the SETAs and other government entities. The total projected revenue is thus 48.9 billion. When we look at the expenditure side, COE stands for compensation of employees. We have budgeted compensation of employees for the 2023 financial year to the amount of 237 million. This makes up 58% of our total administration budget. The goods and services are thus left with 169 million, which is also funded from the administrative budget. Transfers and subsidies, these are transfers to students and institutions, which amounts to 47.2 billion. And capital assets, which are going to be funded from the administration budget, amounts to 2 million. The accounting expenditure of 1.3 billion. This consists mainly of the impairment of our loan book, and a small portion is for other accounting entries like depreciation. The total expenditure for the financial year 2022-2023 is 48.9 billion, and we do not budget for any surplus or any deficit. When we look at the funding per program, program 1, the funding for program 1 is 306 million, and the funding for program 2 is 47.3 billion, with the capital assets amounting to 2 million. That is the summary for the budget. Thank you, Chair. CEO.
Thank you, Chair. I'll now hand over, Chair, to the COO to take us through the operational operational update as requested that we include, Chair. Asim Toussaint, please.
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon, Chairperson, Minister, NSFAS Chairperson, and all the members. I will just go through the NSFAS operational update for the 2022 academic year. We did receive the first allocation from the department on the 1st of April. Members will be aware that we had started on a bit of a shaky ground because we could not advance our institutions with upfront or advance payments as has been the practice before. We were, however, able to get our allocation, and immediately by the 8th of April, we had disbursed funds to the universities and the TVET colleges. In that week, we had made a concerted effort to reach out to institutions to make them aware that they needed to make sure that all their student registration data is uploaded with NSFAS in that week so that no student is left out of the disbursement processes. We note in the submissions that there was quite a successful upload by the universities, and on the other hand, there were a few challenges. In fact, there was quite significant challenges on the TVET side. Nonetheless, there were TVETs that raised a hand and reached out to NSFAS for assistance for those colleges that indicated that they were experiencing challenges with the new system. They were able to be assisted and they did upload their information. We have therefore prepared a summary view in the next slide of what has been received within NSFAS environment relating to the 2022 registration data. So our benchmark really was the 2021 registered students. So as we can see, we had received at least 541,000 successful registered students in universities in 2021. We have made provisional funding for close to 600,000 students in the university sector. And to date, we have received 451,000 registration records from universities. So in terms of our planning, we are expecting at least 145,000 more registration records on condition that all the students have been able to get a space at an institution. We did process the payments as indicated on the 8th of April, and 416,000 were disbursed too. I must indicate that in that processing, we had excluded about 35,000 student registration records that violated one rule or the other, but also as we were launching a new system, we had made sure that any incorrect data does not come into the NSFAS environment. Therefore, we then picked up these cases of 35,000 registration records that had to be further analyzed so that students that indeed must still proceed to disbursement and will be disbursed to, but where the issues are that there has to be correction of data, this information is shared with the institution so that we can remediate and we can make sure that the students are included in the next payment. So I have spoken to the slide that we have made payments to the 416,000, and we are analyzing, we are doing a deeper analysis on the accepted records, the 35,000 registration records. Among other things, what we are picking up, some may be just NSFAS system processing matters that then the students will be reprocessed, but we're also picking up that there are N+ rules that were not necessarily processing correctly, and also that some of students may actually be not funded because of the qualification rules that are not being complied to. So in the next 2 weeks, our plan is to reach out to institutions and to discuss the issues that we are picking up on the records that have not been processed, so that we can then speed up the process of paying the students that were not included in the first round of payment of the aid. So as I indicated, the NSFAS, the 419 students that we disbursed to, because for universities, NSFAS does not do direct payments, these funds are paid over to universities and they put in their own process to get the money to the students. In our current MOU with the universities, we have made provision that institutions of higher learning must at least make sure that as NSFAS disperses to them, that the funds reach the students within 10 days. For the tranche that we have received on the 1st of April and the projection for payment to universities, we could not cover the entire disbursement. We had to exclude the tuition component because it was projected to ±12 billion. And we had received about 9 billion. So we prioritized only the allowances, the book allowance, the accommodation allowance, transport, personal care and living allowance, as well as the disability allowances, which means that at this point in time, the NSFAS is owing all the universities the tuition component of the first tranche, and this will be prioritized in the next disbursement. For the TVET colleges, again, compared to 2021 data, 347,000 were registered in colleges for all cycles for 2021. We have made provisional funding for about 360,000 students. We have received registration for just about half of that figure, 150,000. So there's a lot of registration data outstanding that we need to work with the colleges to bring into our environment so that we can process the students. And in terms of the exceptions for colleges, we excluded about 43,000 students. In here, the issues really were the caps. They were data that was going above the allowance caps, but also the students following in the incorrect qualification paths. All of these exceptions, the team has reanalyzed and will be engaging with the institution so that most of these are corrected. The plan has been put in place that as we get the data, the corrected data from the institutions, that we process payments at least every week up until a point where all the students have caught up, and all the students that should have been disbursed to have been disbursed to. In addition, to try and assist in the college space, we will be sending our TVET support resources to the colleges to try and assist the colleges to upload on the new system. We hope that this will speed up the process of closing the gap of registration data received and the registration data that we are still expecting to get from the TVET colleges. In terms of the sector, we did make an upfront, but that upfront was only for tuition based on the resources that were available. We disbursed the tuition component in February, and in the current payment, 700,000, just over 700,000 was paid. And as I indicated, this was on the basis of registration data that has been received. 4 institutions receive their payments directly from NSFAS, so this will also be subjected to the same conditions as universities, that they need to disburse to students within 10 days, but the rest of the colleges are on wallet, and for those ones, NSFAS pays directly. So for the students that registration data was received for, those were processed and paid directly by NSFAS through the NSFAS wallet. Update on the appeals. So the appeal process was extremely reviewed in the new policy, like extensively reviewed. Previously, we did not have such a firm policy stance on the appeals, and this is one of the products that came out of the board processes to look at how we are dealing with the products and services of the entity. And the decision was that we need to make sure that appeals, so we turn around appeals quicker, but also that we apply criteria that is firm on the appeals, and that we do not let through students that provide incorrect or misrepresent information, and therefore they access the NSFAS funding, as we have seen happening in the previous year. So it was a new product that was being tested. We had quite a number of challenges at the beginning, and really because it was from a policy point of view, we were implementing appeals with the new criteria, with the new requirements for the first time, but also from a system point of view, it was the first time that NSFAS was taking over all appeals across universities and TVET colleges and processing them through the system. So despite the system hiccups and also the implementation gaps in terms of where we're still trying to understand the process itself, we have managed at least to turn around the appeals quite significantly for new students. Out of the 37,540 that were received from new students, which were mostly financial eligibility appeals, 50% of those, 54% of those appeals were processed, were approved, and then 13% of these are still in the process of being evaluated. A few, 2% or 6% are rejected. And so I think the most important thing is that what has come through is the change in household income, and students were able to submit proper documentation for the system to pick up and make decisions quite speedily on new student appeals. The narrowing down of the type and of documents required made it very much easy to process. However, on the side of the continuing student appeals, we again, because this was the second part that we were processing through the system, we had teething problems, and after the teething system problems, then we had the issue of the new process that we needed to make sure that institutions understand it correctly, how they need to support NSFAS. Basically, in terms of the policy, students that are left with at least 2 modules, there are propensity letters required from institutions. So institutions from their academic departments must indicate that the student left with 2 modules, it does look like the student will complete within this academic year, and therefore NSFAS, you can proceed and approve the appeal. We struggled a lot with these propensity letters. I think our process was not as streamlined between NSFAS and the institutions, but we have finally managed to find each other and align. Institutions would want us to submit the appeals of propensity in bulk, not in ones as we were doing, and then they should be able to assist us in addressing great numbers of students at once instead of in bits and pieces. So we are monitoring that. We have put a whole lot more resources on their appeals for continuing students, but it does look like there are challenges in terms of propensity letters, to the extent that some students have decided they will just generate this on their own. And the appeals on the TVET sites really is more about the results. Students are questioning the results, and we have reached out to institutions to upload updated results for the TVET colleges. On the closeout process, we have finalized the reconciliation. We are now in the process of, in fact, for universities, all the universities have responded to all the analyzed data of NSFAS. They have engaged with NSFAS. We are on the same page in terms of the issues and the agreements and the disagreements. So for universities, the letters are being drafted and being sent out to the institutions. For the TVET colleges, we have received 41 out of 50 responses from the colleges. There are 9 colleges that did not respond. We have taken the approach that for the colleges that did not respond, the NSFAS status quo then will be the prevailing status quo. It means that we will conclude the process on the basis of the reconciliation that NSFAS has done without the college giving input, because sufficient time was given to the institutions. We are going to have a final sign-off by the 30th of June. You members will be aware that we've been communicating by the 31st, but for universities, there is a second component of historical debt, and that process requires a few more steps. In fact, just to go back a little bit on the closeout, there is a number of missing students across all the universities that needs to be remediated. So these are the students that NSFAS does not have information for. And the institution have been requested to provide sufficient evidence that those students were NSFAS funded students. That is why the extension to the 30th of June instead of the 31st. This is to accommodate all those institutions to look into their data and see if we can close out the plus minus 40,000 missing students that we cannot find anywhere in our systems, but the institutions are claiming that these are NSFAS funded students. And the second component then of the historic debt, that we need to then reprocess the claims, because most of the claims that have now been reviewed, they were incorrect claims, but the majority of the students that were claimed for under historic debt have actually been taken into the closeout. So we have a better view of the historic debt, and we are now just implementing the fund rules. One of the fund rules was that college universities must audit the claim before they submit to NSFAS, and this particular rule has not been done by the universities. We are engaging with them to resubmit and also to make sure that they submit with the audited claims. We are only having 4 at this point in time out of the 26, but this is a process that we have to close out with those that will submit if other institutions do not submit. The rough estimate of historic debt has also been quantified, and therefore then we are working on the submissions to see whether those movements are significant or not. I've covered the slides on the historic debt. And in terms of the laptop update, there was 4 service providers appointed in 2020. We managing the process on behalf of institutions. All the 4 types of laptops were successfully tested by NSFAS. They include a Microsoft Windows, a tracking software, a laptop bag that is 100% locally manufactured, and the contract with the service providers expires on the 31st of January. The students choose the laptop from the NSFAS portal, and then they're able to indicate, and delivery goes directly to either the institution or the student, to where the student has decided. For the TVET colleges, there was 170,000, in fact, as a total, 170,624 laptops were ordered from all the service providers. And to date, we have delivered to students 104,665 TVET colleges students, and just about 3,083 university students. Most of the university students, they did not opt to use their learning material allowance to purchase a device, but slowly, we are beginning to see an increased uptake on the university side, but this is purely dependent on the students willing to forego part of their learning material allowance to acquire a device. So the TVET students, the spread is really across all the university, all the TVET colleges, and in the universities is only DUT, University of Free State, University of Mpumalanga, and the University of Pretoria that are participating, and where the students are choosing devices from the NSFAS portal. The NSFAS is planning also to commence the ordering process for the 2022 academic year. Chairperson, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. We have concluded our presentation. We'll hand it over back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues from NSFAS. I had actually said, perhaps let me allow colleagues to continue, considering that, there might be a number of issues that you might want to clarify. Colleagues, I'd now like to we're going to take all the presentations and we'll take questions at the end. So I'd like to now hand over to colleagues from the CHE. I'm told that there'll be a member of the council who lead the delegation, and then hand over to Mr. Green after that. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
All right, you may continue, colleagues.
Thank you, Chairperson, for this opportunity, and special thanks to members of our Portfolio Committee, as well as the Minister and colleagues from the department, and all members present today. My name is Qcto Mahoma, a member of council. I will be leading the CHE team to present the 5-year strategic plan, as well as the current financial year APP. And with me is the CEO, Dr. Whitfield Green, and CFO, Dr. Thulaganyo Muthusi. Chair, please allow me to turn off the video for optimized bandwidth, but happy to turn it back on if the need arises. Without really reiterating the challenges that have been articulated by prior speakers with regards to global warming, inadequate infrastructure, funding pressures, and the impact of COVID, as well as the resultant new ways of work, it is just worth mentioning that the CHE is not unique. We have encountered those challenges in one way or the other. However, just to reassure is that the CHE strategic journey constantly considers these internal and external factors, along with associated risks, as well as internally reviewing our maturity, internal capabilities, and augmenting that with prioritized key drivers to enable the achievement of these goals as set out in our mandate. Just to go at a high level, Chair, into our 5-year strategic plan, we can move on to the next slide. And assuming that all members present are aware of the CHE mandate, is that Overall, this 5-year strategic journey is spearheaded by various interventions to strengthen the communication, the liaison advocacy, and the collaboration work to address all these bulleted points as set out in our mandate. And furthermore, just to rehash on the strategic imperative, is that innovation, like any other socioeconomic driver for quality higher education, must be fostered and championed by the leadership. And I think the leadership of the CHE has committed to realizing this in part of the vision, as well as fulfill all the mission statements. CEO, we can move on to the next slide. Colleagues and Chairperson, to reaffirm the significance of the CHE role in providing good governance oversight and the implementation of the strategic plan, there is continuous engagement with respective stakeholders. This is both internal and external, to ensure that we see through our mandate and achieve them along with the values. I will then look into or provide a high-level overview of what really is set out from a strategic objective perspective. From a strategic objective 1, which is establishing an effective custodian of the higher education qualification sub-framework. The second one being the comprehensive and coherent quality assurance system in the higher education sector. The third being a reputable center of intelligent disclosure, knowledge generation, and advice on higher education. The fourth one being establishing governance, compliance, and risk management. The last one being having a sustainable and responsive and dynamic being an organization. We can just move on to the next, wherein we really demonstrate the linkage of which programs are really supporting those strategic objectives, as well as the programs that are supporting the delivery within the functions. At a high level, we've got 4 key programs that are linked to the strategic objective, and these are supported by the functions that we see on the right side of the slide, wherein all the stakeholders have been assigned different sub-programs within the functional areas. And all of these have been assigned key performance measures which are monitored periodically. And Chair, in as much as there is no substitution for proper preparation, deliberation, and engagement on providing higher quality education, we use this strategic as a deliberate tool to guide the rapid response to the evolving landscape. We may encounter emergent strategies along the way. However, if there is a need for us to enhance, we certainly take that into consideration. But any changes that is incorporated, it is in no way taking a different direction from the strategic objectives and the programs that have been set out. And just to provide a high level on the in-flight 5-year strategic plan, to say, as at the financial year end, the team has managed to deliver key strategic milestones, such as the advisory notes to the minister. Institutional audits have been initiated to 26 universities, and this will include private higher education institutions as well. We've also managed to conduct the National Higher Education Conference on engaged universities in partnership with universities. Chair, at this point, please allow me to pause and hand over to the CEO, who will provide more context on the 2022 and 2023 APP focus area, along with associated targets, indicators for each strategic objective. CEO, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bagongoa, for the introduction. Good afternoon to you, Chair, to the Portfolio Committee members, to the Minister, and to all colleagues. And thank you for this opportunity for the CHE to present its annual performance plan and strategic plan to the committee. My name is Witty Green. I am the CEO at the CHE, and it gives me great pleasure to focus then on presenting the performance information for the 2022-23 annual performance plan. So before I jump into specific targets and indicators for the year, just to provide the committee with a high-level overview of the key focus areas that the CHE is engaging with for this new financial year. And this then is expressed in more detail in the annual performance plan. So there are at least 6 focus areas for the CHE this year that are really important in terms of the change trajectory that the CHE has embarked on. So the CHE at present is an organization in flux, repositioning itself, reorienting itself towards greater service in the higher education sector. A really important process for us going forward is the introduction of a new quality assurance framework for South African higher education, which really is visionary in nature, a cutting edge in nature, and positions a quality assurance in higher education as a leading process within the context of sub-Saharan Africa and indeed the globe. A real important initiative and very changed processes for quality assurance that will draw the institutions in to a quality assurance relationship that is very much more focused on institutions taking responsibility for their own quality assurance and the CHE supporting that process. As Qcto indicated, we have implemented a national round of audits, a second round of audits for the South African system. The first round of audits was initiated in 2004 and concluded in about 2011. And this is really the second round of national audits initiated last year. All 26 universities, the audits have been initiated at, and audit processes are underway. And in this financial year, we'll be initiating audits for all the private higher education institutions. A really key focus for the CHE is growing its profile and positioning as an intellectual hub for higher education. And this really means growing the research, monitoring and advice functions of the CHE. And we'll do that through strengthening our internal capacity, but also through partnering with a number of organizations around taking forward a critical research work and engaging in dissemination events around that work going forward. The Minister has recently also allocated the mandate for higher education transformation to the CHE. We just received that official indication from the Minister earlier this year. And the CHE will now be reconfiguring its work to ensure that transformation is an embedded aspect across all facets of its work. And we look forward to engaging the sector and the committee on this going forward. A really important imperative as well is about building the image and profile of the CHE, creating greater awareness of the work that the CHE does, and creating much more stable, fruitful, and positive partnerships between the CHE and the various role players in the sector, including strengthening our regional and international networks, being much more strongly engaged in regional quality assurance discussions, as well as participating in the international debates. Given that kind of broad context, the big focus areas for the CHE, I'm going to move now into how we've translated that into specific targets and indicators for the APP. And so you can see in relation to our various sub-programs indicated in red, we have indicated a number of targets indicated in green. A really important part of our work in relation to management of the higher education qualifications sub-framework is to develop qualification standards that then can be used by higher education institutions as a basis for the design and delivery of their own qualifications and programs, and for the CHE to review qualifications and programs going forward. And we've set a target of 3 qualification standards, fully developed, and 4 qualification standards in a review process. In terms of data management, the CHE does have the mandate to collect, manage, and report on higher education data from across the public and private higher education system. We have been in a partnership with DHET around HEMIS and using HEMIS as a data source for the public higher education system. And we have been in a partnership with SAQA around the development of HEQUIS, the Higher Education Quality Committee information system that gathers information from the private higher education system. Over the next year, we'll be pulling these resources together to build a comprehensive database for the CHE's use in order for us to understand trends in data in higher education, to develop consistent reports on these trends, and to upload data to the National Learner Records database. In terms of policy development, the Higher Education Qualifications sub-framework is currently under review. The review team has completed its first report and will soon be releasing it to the sector. It makes a number of quite innovative recommendations around how the HEQSF can be much better responsive to the current context that we find ourselves in, as well as the rapidly emerging future for higher education. As I've indicated, a range of partnerships and collaborations will be established and strengthened over the next year, including with our key partners such as SAQA, the other QCs, the DHET, and so on. In relation to quality promotion and capacity development, the CHE undertakes a range of fora, engagements, workshops for public and private higher education institutions. And we've set ourselves a really ambitious target this year, upping the target from last year quite significantly to undertake 20 quality promotion and capacity building events in this year, very much in line with our introductory work around the new quality assurance framework. Accreditation work is undergoing a steady change. We are looking to streamline our accreditation process to make it much more agile. And as part of the introduction of the quality assurance framework, there will be a process where the CHE becomes very much more focused at the qualifications level, qualification accreditation. And we enable institutions that have demonstrated capacity in place around internal quality assurance to start taking responsibility for program accreditation. Sorry, not program accreditation, program approval, with the CHE still having an oversight on accreditation. And so we'll see quite significant changes coming through over the next few years as we introduce these streamlined processes. In terms of institutional audits, I've already signaled that this is a major part of the work of the CHE this year, completing the institutional audits for all 26 public universities and initiating the audits for private higher education institutions as their registration cycles come to an end. In terms of national reviews, we've just concluded a review of the doctoral programs across the country. And a report on the state of the doctoral programs is soon to be released to the sector. It's with the publishers at present. And really interesting findings coming out of that report. We will be initiating further reviews of key qualifications in this year. In relation to the QAF, the Quality Assurance Framework, a really important imperative, or two imperatives, two dependencies, is for us to have a management information system in place to support the QAF, and then to have what we're calling higher education practice standards in place, a really new idea in the higher education system. So developing standards against which we can take quality assurance processes forward. So for example, higher education practice standard on leadership, governance, and management, a higher education practice standard on online and blended learning, and so on and so on. In terms of research, monitoring, and advice, as I indicated as well, growing this work significantly over the next year. A high number of new research projects are underway, some of them at the request of the Department of Higher Education and Training or at the request of the Minister, and some of them proactively being implemented by the CHE, with the idea that out of these research projects, a number of important advisory notes would be possible for submission to the Minister. So really growing the CHE's role in terms of providing proactive advice on pertinent issues in the system. Let me now turn to the support work, the support area of our work. Governance, really working well at present. We have a whole range of policies, frameworks, guidelines in place. And part of the governance work is constantly reviewing these over the year. And so you can see we've identified as targets review of ICT policies, human resource policies, financial management and supply chain policies, and so on. A really strategic part that the CHE is also embarking on over the next year is the implementation of a digital transformation framework. We spent the last year devising that framework. It has now been approved by Council, and over the next year, we'll move the CHE firmly into the digital world in terms of how it carries out its work, how it manages its work, and how it engages with the sector. And so that's part of our annual performance plan as well. In relation to corporate services, staff development, creating a conducive environment where staff are happy to be working at the CHE, attracted to work at the CHE is an important imperative, and some indicators have been included in relation to that. A really important imperative is to stabilize staff turnover that has been an issue in the past, and to maintain an 85% occupancy rate of our funded positions in any given year. And we'll pay a lot of attention to this in this year. We are in the process of reviewing the organizational structure for the CHE so that we can be much more responsive to the new environment, including to our implementation of the QAF. And then indicators around finance and supply chain, also support work, important support work in the CHE. We've been able to manage finance supply chain processes really well up to now, and we'll continue to do that. One of the indicators is on-time payments of our suppliers within 30 days from delivery of service. We've been able to maintain that over the last year, and we will do so over the next year. And just to ensure that we are completely compliant with PFMA, with procurement regulations, and with all the stipulations of National Treasury. In terms of communication and stakeholder relations, we have now developed a communication and advocacy plan, which wasn't in place previously. We'll now be implementing that. And so part of our communications and stakeholder relation targets would be monitoring the implementation of the communication and advocacy plan and making sure that all the activities that we have put into that plan are implemented vigorously and successfully. So that brings me to the end of the operational targets, the performance targets that we have in relation to operational work, our support work, as well as the work that delivers on the core mandates of the CHE. I'm going to hand over to Dr. Matusi, who will take us through the budget for 2022-23.
Thank you, CEO, and to Qcto, from a member of the council, and also to the chair of portfolio committee, and also to the portfolio committee members, the minister and colleagues from DHED and other colleagues from other entities. Just in short, is just to give you an overview in terms of how the money has been allocated with regard to what the CEO and Qcto just indicated before in terms of the targets for 2022-23. At a high level summary of the revenue, there is an indication that as a CHE, we are getting the departmental transfer to the value of 74 million. And also the projected cost of recovery of private accreditation to 5 million and projected estimated interest income to 1.6. In total is 81.9. We can go to the next slide. In terms of the high-level summary of the expenditure, which supports the achievement of the planned APP, the expenditure is for compensation of employees and goods and services, and the allocation is as indicated in the slide. For compensation of employees, we have 37 million, while for goods and services, we have 34.9 million. In total is 81.9. You can see, members, that the allocation in terms of the percentage of compensation of employees and goods and services is 45 for compensation of employees, while for goods and services is 55. There's the ratio. We can go to the next slide. With regard to budget allocation on compensation of employees, we just put it at the high level of programs as indicated by the CEO when he was presenting the names of the programs that we have. For administration, the allocation is 15.5, while for quality assurance is 15.1, research and monitoring and advice is 4.4, management of HQSF is 2. In total is 37.0 million. Next slide. This slide is just trying to explain how the allocation with regard to the previous slide was done. As a CHE, we are using the allocation of compensation of employees. The allocation is based on the number of employees and the salary scales of employees. And in terms of what we have seen before in this previous slide, it covers around 55 funded posts. 48 is for permanent, while 5 is for fixed contracts from various programs, which constitutes 45% of the total baseline allocation as indicated. For program 1, which is administration, we have 23 funded posts, 21 permanent and 2 fixed contracts. And considering that this program is including corporate services, there's a centralized amount of liberty contribution for all permanent employees, which is allocated to corporate services, which is paid per month to the value of 63 per month. And also it constitutes 42% of the total compensation of employees. For program 2, which is quality assurance, it has 22 funded posts, which all of them are permanent posts, and it constitutes 41%. While for research and monitoring, it has 6 funded posts, 4 permanent and 2 fixed contracts, which constitutes 12% of the total compensation of employees. The last one is management of HQSF, which has 2 funded posts. I think colleagues will say, but why do we have only 2 funded posts? You'll recall, and I think it's based on what the CEO was saying, there's a new program in terms of the organizational structure, and he indicated that CHE is going through an organizational review. So for now, we only have 2 funded posts, 1 permanent and 1 fixed term contracts, which constitutes 6% of the total of compensation of employee costs. Thank you. Okay, next slide. The budget allocation on goods and services for 22-23 to support what has been planned for administration and quality assurance, research and management, advice and management of HQSF is as per the amount indicated. You can see that administration is 19.5, while quality assurance is 13.4, research and monitoring is 5.6, management of HQSF is 6.2, which amounts to 44.9. Next slide. The notes with regard to the previous slide is that the budget allocation is based on the activities that needs to be undertaken to achieve the set strategic objective of programs as per the APP. The budget methodology that has been used is a zero-based and activity-based budget. The goods and services budget consists of 55% of the total baseline budget allocation, and it includes, for administration, it constitutes 44% of the total cost of goods and services, which is 23% is for the active fixed contracts and 21 variable contracts. I think it's just trying to explain why administration is having more allocation compared to other programs, because there's a lot of fixed contracts and variable contracts. This is because we have our own building, and maintenance of the building is costly, and all these other things that are supposed to be done around administration. That's the reason why it's just more compared to the core function or the core program. For quality assurance, it constitutes 31% of the total goods and services, while for research and monitoring is 13% of the total goods and services. Lastly, the last one is management of HVQSF, which is 14% of the total of goods and services. Next slide. I think that is all from my side. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the CEO and Qcto. Thank you.
Colleagues, I will now hand over back to you, Chair.
Thank
Chairperson, your connectivity is a little bit bad.
From the CHE, I would like to
Anele, will you kindly make the chair aware that her connectivity is a bit problematic?
Yes. Yes.
Honorable members, while we still try to get connectivity right from the chair, I am not sure, Anele, where are we in terms of the program? Are we supposed to be taking?
Yes, yes. We're supposed to be taking a SAQA.
Okay. Honorable members, I would now like to invite SAQA to the platform to make a presentation while the chair is still connecting. Delegation from SAQA, I'm not sure who's leading the delegation. Is it?
Thank you, Dipolelo. I'll stop.
Okay, thank you very much. You can continue.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and members and Minister, all protocols observed. My name is James Kiwi. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of the SAQA Board. We do have our Chairperson with us on the Zoom call. Unfortunately, Dr. Lolwana had an operation and can only be with us in her presence, but she's not able to speak at the meeting today. So just bear with us around this. She is with us, and I will briefly take you through the presentation together with a few colleagues. Can I have the next slide, please, Noreen? So we're going to briefly talk to you. As I said, Prof. Lolwana is the chairperson. I am the vice chair or deputy chair. Julie Reddy, Dr. Reddy will come after me and we'll talk directly to the APP and all the things around that. Sarah Natili is the CFO, will be followed by Nadia Starr and by Nareen Naidu. Thank you, Nareen. Next slide. So colleagues, just to remind you of SAQA and the work that we do at SAQA. SAQA is a Section 3A public entity. The board, the 7th board, has been appointed up till December 2025. So this is a relatively new board, but a board that is excited and energetic about the work of SAQA and having very robust discussions in its meetings and its guidance to the management team. SAQA is guided by the NQF and the objectives and the values of the NQF. I'm sure as a portfolio committee, you talk about this often. and I suppose also how the NQF plays a prominent role and an anchor role in our system at the moment. SAQA has been around for many years. I think one of the first parastatals that was established in our democracy, and has been a shining light in terms of its governance and many other things that it's done. The organization was recently restructured. This has been a very difficult process led by Julie and her team. Due to budget constraints, the staff was reduced by approximately half, but Julie will talk to that in a few minutes. And as you would understand, that's not an easy process, but this has now been completed. What's also important for the Portfolio Committee today, I heard it coming through from Dr. Green and also from NSFAS, automation is key at SAQA at the moment. An automation process is underway, and as you could explore, work around qualifications, there are a lot of things that can be automated. And so there's a lot of exciting things underway, so watch the space around automation. Performance, as I mentioned, SAQA's got an unbroken record of unqualified audits. I think this is something exemplary that we're very proud of at SAQA. In terms of leadership, Dr. Reddy was appointed last year with the departure of Mr. Samuels, but Judy also retires the end of this year. So Noreen, maybe if you go to the next slide, we are looking at an appointment of a new CEO, and that process is underway. There's a very brief slide just around our board members. You can see a very diverse team. Dr. Green just spoke. I see Vijayan Naidu is in the audience, and I assume Dr. Rakametsi as well. The other members are from various constituencies, including USAF, the IEB, DHET, and other places. I'm sure you will recognize many of the names. I really want to emphasize this is a dynamic board that is ready for the task assigned to it. Thanks, Noreen. So just three brief areas before I give over to Dr. Reddy, focusing on our strategy, our performance, and our challenges. So Noreen, next slide, please. So our strategic considerations at the moment is really about the context of PSET where we are as a country. As Portfolio Committee, you received many presentations and many things today that came your way. But I think we have to realize that COVID has impacted on all of us, all our organizations in a very significant way, including the PSET sector. And so SAQA's role in this new aligned sector is really important, and SAQA is repositioning itself, and the team will talk to that today. The new CEO, I mentioned this, recruitment is underway at the moment, and we hope within the next 2 to 3 months to be able to announce the new CEO and hopefully also get strong applications for the position. Challenges, I don't need to tell you about this. The fiscus is constrained. SAQA has had to retrench half its staff, so facing real capacity issues at the moment while it's transitioning into becoming more agile in the work that it's doing. Automation is key in this because with automation we can save money. But the reality is that it takes time to build the automated systems, and this is going to take a while to put in place at SAQA. Also, I think a key thing that Dr. Lalwana would have wanted to say if she could speak today is that it's difficult to change course mid-cycle. So while the new board has got a lot of interesting and exciting things they would want to do, we also have to anticipate that there's an existing strategy, there's an existing APP. So our conversations at the board level and today would be how do we tweak where we are, but of course within the constraints and the guidance of the current strategy and APP. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to give over to the CEO. Julie, can I introduce you?
Yes, James, I can't seem to unmute my my video. It doesn't seem to work. I apologize, Chair. I will try. I don't know, it just doesn't seem to come on. Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee, members, our Chair, Dr. Lalwana, the Minister, DHET, and Quality Council colleagues. Chair, I first want to acknowledge my all-women senior management team. And given that James has already said that I will be retiring by the end of the year, I thought they should have a presence. So I am going to have them do part of the presentation. Right now, I'm just going to speak to some of the information that was specifically asked by the Portfolio Committee before I hand over to my senior executives to do most of the presentation, Chair. Next slide, Noreen. Thank you, Chair. The Portfolio Committee specifically wanted to find out about our funding requirements, and this is very important given the fragile state we were in when we last spoke to the Portfolio Committee, where we had to retrench over half of our staff. I just want to assure the Chair and the Portfolio Committee that we have an approved budget, and I just want to say that in the presentation we sent you, there was a mistake there where we put 115,000, and I know the Honorable Letsia would have picked that up. I know he has a sharp eye in terms of picking up these things. So we have corrected it in this slide. It's 115.7 million, our approved budget for the 2022-23 cycle. We did request an additional 20.6 million from DHED to fast track our automation project. We are pleased to have received 9.8 million at the end of the last quarter. So we will be spending that money and fast tracking some of our automation activities. We will be seeking an additional 10.8 million over the next 2 years. We have a 3-year automation project based on our funding constraints and whatever funding we have available to us. But we would like to raise these funds so we could do this sooner rather than later and meet some of our pressing capacity constraints. Once complete, our processes will be fully automated. Next slide, Maureen. Okay, the committee also was interested in our restructure process. So just to assure the Portfolio Committee, in January 2021, the new board, when they came in, they approved our redesigned organogram and implementation. Our new structure had 81 positions, but this was premised on us having automation in place. Unfortunately, that did not materialize, but because of our pressing funding situation, we had no option but to retrench 89 people. We have tried to manage in the process with a much reduced capacity. We constantly monitored from April to March, from April last year to March this year. We identified gaps and we used temporary staff from our cohort of retrenched workers to come in and assist where necessary. We made an undertaking they would be the first point of call. And more recently, in March 22, the board approved the final organogram. We now have 82 positions that have been filled, and post-automation, we will look if any other gaps come through. Next slide. The committee also was interested in our financial sustainability. So this is what it looks like. Our compensation, and this was another mistake in the slides we sent, our apologies for that, we've corrected it. Our compensation is 59% of our current budget for this financial year. It's higher than we wanted to be, but given our situation where we've come from, we are hoping that we will increase our income generating activities post-COVID. The government grant comprises 70% of our revenue currently. Automation, we hope once implemented, and we really are very confident this will happen, will improve our efficiencies and increase our revenue streams. We have many new clients for authentication services, and we have sourced funding from other, implementing other projects. I'm pleased to say that we have been doing with Stats South Africa a verifications projects for their census personnel for 2022, and we have managed to get 8 million from that project. We have a number of other projects, including the DHED grant for our automation project. We have a funding from overseas for our pilot refugee and asylum seekers qualifications recognition project, which we are piloting, and hoping that there will be traction for this project in Africa and in the SADC region. Through the ETDP CETA, we got 20 interns placed with SAQA to help us with some of our capacity challenges. We have some interns from the bank CETA and the IT space. and a number of small grants, Chair, that are really assisting us and will grow our budget for this year. Next, Noreen. Chair, I will hand over to Noreen to quickly go through the strategic plan. This has been presented to you before. It is very, very high level. Our focus continues to be on improving efficiency and streamlining automation. To give the NQF Act as amended, but it's not yet been promulgated. We're hoping this happens soon because it'll give us more responsibility and authority. We are strengthening our leadership all the time. In terms of ensuring financial sustainability, we are looking at diversifying our paid services, and you can see some evidence of that from my previous slide. We are constantly looking at alternative funding strategies, and we have been very actively building stronger relationships with counterparts in the SADC region, in the African continent and globally, but also internally within South Africa. Thank you. That is our mandate. We presented it before. The key components of our strategic plan is next. So we take our mandate from our constitutional, legislative, and policy imperatives. Next slide, Noreen. And Chair, just to mention quickly before I hand over to Noreen, that our strategic focus, our vision and mission has not changed. Thank you. Over to you, Noreen.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, this is now frozen, and I'm not sure why. Okay, there we go. So very quickly, we did present this last year, so I'll just remind you about our 5 focus areas. And the first one is a dynamic NQF that is responsive, adapts to, and supports the changing needs of lifelong learning. The second being visionary and influential leadership that drives a clear evidence-based NQF agenda. Number 3 is well-articulated quality-assured qualifications and relevant professional designations that instill trust and meet the needs of people. Number 4 is a competent and capable team dedicated and resourced to develop and maintain the NQF. And lastly, stakeholders and role players who are aligned to deliver on the NQF. All of these 5-year priorities are aligned to 3 of DHET's 5-year priorities, which are expanded access, improved efficiency, and improved quality. Our strategic focus areas for the 5-year period is to continue to simplify the NQF, to register quality qualifications, to coordinate articulation and RPL initiatives, and to lobby to strengthen and align relevant legislation. We have 4 major challenges that we are facing, and for each of these, we have a plan. The first is around financial sustainability, and Julie's already alluded to the financial sustainability plan that we've got in place. Improving our efficiency, which includes automation. And here we have an automation plan that is already being rolled out. And then we also see transitional arrangements from the SAQA Act to the NQF Act as being quite a challenge. Here we have advised the Minister to end the transitional arrangements. And then the NQF Act as amended, we have an implementation plan as soon as the President proclaims the Act. Our impact statement also has not changed, an integrated and transparent national qualifications framework that facilitates access to and mobility and progression within education, training, and career paths. I'm not going to go through all the detail on these slides, but just to remind you about what our 5-year targets actually are. The first one, which speaks to NQF policies that support the changing needs of lifelong learning, is to review 5 NQF policies and amend them as required. And then we will monitor implementation of these reviewed policies. In terms of outcome 2, here we want to influence and shape national and international discourses. So we want to align the South African NQF to the proposed ACQF, or African Continental Qualifications Framework. And we also will implement SAQA's portion of the Addis Convention. Still under outcome 2, we want to conclude all transitional arrangements listed in section 36 of the NQF Act. In fact, we've already achieved this, and therefore we've advised the minister to end the transitional arrangements. And then we also want to strengthen the system of collaboration and NQF structures. Still under outcome 2, we want to improve advocacy and communication initiatives through our social media platforms. So we want to reach 5 million people in this regard. And then the next one we have amended. So it used to read, the NLRD reflects 24 million learner achievements. From our records, you'll see that we far exceeded that. So we've changed the wording in the amended strat plan to read, the NLRD reflects 24 million learners with achievements. Then under outcome 3, we want all qualifications registered on the NQF after January 2014 to have at least one articulation pathway within or across sub-frameworks. We also want to...
Mr. Sonti, please mute your device. Apologies, colleagues, for that.
Thank you. We also want to clearly define the roles of professional bodies, statutory and non-statutory professional bodies. And from the research that we have conducted, we want to amend our policy and criteria. So that will be done in this financial year. Under outcome 4, which focuses on our competent and capable team, we have already redesigned SAQA structure to better suit delivery on its strategy. We will have to revisit the structure once the automation project is complete. And we also want to ensure that every staff member has at least 2 learning interventions during the course of the year. Outcome 5, relating to stakeholders and role players, we want a functional system that allows for the efficient registration of qualifications within 3 weeks. We believe that once automation comes in, we'll be able to achieve this. We also want to identify all historical data sets that are not currently on the NLRD. They're sitting in storerooms and archives, and we want to digitize these and actually load them on the NQF MIS. And then lastly, all recognized professional bodies should load the information about their members and professional designations on the NLRD every year. Then I've also included some of the changes that we've made to the strat plan. Firstly, we had a different sign-off because our structure changed. So we had different members having to sign off on the strat plan. We also changed the board structure, the committee structure. So we've just listed what the new structure should look like. And then under 8E, we've had changed our structure. So here we described what SAQA's new structure looks like, what each program looks like, and the number of members that we have. Under 8.2, it's also about the capacity, but here we went into which of the areas from our old structure were impacted during the restructure. And then lastly, I mentioned that we had revised one of the strategic targets, the 5-year targets, and I've just listed what that is. Thank you, Chair. I will hand over to Nadia Starr, who will go through the annual performance plan.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Allow me to observe all protocols. I know that we're under some time constraints. It is my pleasure to be presenting year 3 of our 5-year planning cycle in terms of our annual performance plan targets. In terms of the situational analysis, I think we've heard a number of these things already emerging. SAQA is implementing a new structure. We are still financially vulnerable in terms of our reliance on voted funds. And of course, now we are looking for alternate sources of funding. We have started our automation of certain processes, and this then, of course, impacts on our situational analysis. But we are currently still dealing with backlogs in terms of service delivery, and this has caused some reputational damage that we are currently working with. Thank you, Noreen. Next slide. Our strategic focus, I won't repeat what has been said here, other than maybe to underscore the NQF Amendment Act 2019, which if implemented will significantly bolster SAQA's service offerings and revenue generation streams. We also need to really start to claim our space as SAQA in the sector and in the country while we grow our national and international footprint. Thank you, Noreen. I'll move on then to the APP deliverables. We have a number of categories. This is simply a legend so that the committee members can see how we have mapped back each of these categories to the 25 deliverables. You'll see under funding there will be two deliverables, automation one, although it spans every single output that we are envisaging, and you'll see the other categories throughout the presentation, the slides. Next slide, Noreen. Let me just spend a little bit of time on this. Noreen has given us the 5-year targets, and this is now unpacking the annual year targets against each of these outcomes. I'll talk quickly to the logic of the slide, and then members can apply this logic moving forward. I won't spend too much time on the remaining slides. For the logic of this slide and others, we've got the outcome indicator at the top, we've got the outputs on the left, as well as output indicators, and then we've got the annual year targets, which is what I'll be speaking to today. And then the programs, you'll see the categorization that I spoke to in the previous slide. So for each one of these outcomes, we have a number of categories that these outcomes are addressing. For the first outcome, which is a dynamic NQF that is responsive, adapts to, and supports the changing needs of lifelong learning, we have these 4 indicators, or apologies, targets for the financial year. The first is to produce the final 2021 NQF impact study report, and this particular report deals specifically with articulation and RPL. We will also be providing a progress report on work with research partners. In terms of the NQF policies, 5 to be reviewed over the planning period. We will be reviewing 1 NQF policy, and we plan to do the level descriptors, a critical document for obviously determining the levels of the NQF, but also for international recognition for mobility of our graduates. And then we are also going to aim to complete all compliant applications for evaluation of foreign qualifications within 3 months. This has been an area that we've struggled in, but we do anticipate automation assisting us in this space. Next slide, Noreen. In terms of outcome 2, which really speaks to influential leadership and a well-researched and clearly formulated NQF agenda, here we have a number of targets, the first of which is to identify and implement 2 initiatives to promote the South African NQF. And then we also want to identify and implement 3 initiatives to share national and international best practice. And we will also be implementing SAQA's plan for the Addis Convention. Next slide, please. There's a number of targets under outcome 2, which is, as I said, the leadership and research outcome. Amongst these is reporting on the effectiveness of the system of collaboration and developing a monitoring and evaluation protocol for the system of collaboration. We've started initial conversations with the DHET who have asked to review the system of collaboration, which is an initiative which we support. We also advise the executive authority, the minister, on NQF matters as required. Thank you. The next slide. I think this is the last of outcome 2. Here we are looking at ensuring that the NLRD contains at least 22 million learner achievements, and this is against the overall 5-year target of 24 million. And we also plan to implement 4 online campaigns to advocate and inform the public about the NQF. Thank you. Next slide. Outcome 3 is really around well-articulated, quality-assured qualifications and relevant professional designations that create trust and meet the needs of our people. Here we have 3 indicators or targets, the first of which is using the research findings to amend the policy and criteria for recognizing professional body and registering professional designations. Amongst the issues that we must deal with here is the differentiation between statutory and non-statutory councils, which we are finding to be, which we are finding to need different engagements. We also have to complete all compliant verification requests for the verification of South African qualifications within 25 working days. And in this outcome, we also provide the Minister with a report on the progress against the articulation policy. Thank you. Next slide. Outcome 4 is around our capable team, dedicated and resourced to further develop and maintain the NQF. Here, our 2 targets are to continue to implement the plan to generate funds, and this is really to ensure that our sustainability is secured, and we are also ensuring that each staff member has at least 2 learning interventions per year as we continue to strive to be a learning organization. Thank you. Next slide. Outcome 5 has 8 targets. Here we talk about stakeholders and role players aligning to deliver on the NQF. The first of these targets is registering qualifications in this financial year within 3 months. In the last financial year, we registered within 4 months. We're moving towards 3 months, and as Noreen has indicated, through automation, we hope to eventually reach our target of 3 weeks. We also plan to produce a concept paper on the registration of national qualifications on the NQF, and this is really in the context of all these provider qualifications which have effectively created a large proliferation of very similar qualifications on our NQF. Thank you. Next slide. Under outcome 5, we also have a target to develop an end-to-end electronic system for the evaluation of foreign qualifications. We did indicate that our authentication services unit has come under strain, and so automation is going to be critical to address this particular target. We also aim to develop a funding proposal for the digitization of legacy achievement records to ensure that the NQF MIS, what we know as the NLRD, the National Learner Records database, is full and complete and has no data gaps in terms of learner achievements. And then we need to ensure that the quality councils load learner achievement records on the NQF MIS. And this is incredibly important because we do find that there is a lag and a delay in terms of data coming onto our NQF MIS, which is critical for us to verify and support employability. Thank you, Noreen. Next slide. The last, I think, of these indicators under stakeholder and role players is around professional designations and misrepresentation. In terms of professional bodies, we expect them to load all professional designation achievements onto the NLRD. And in terms of misrepresented qualifications, particularly once the amended NQF Act is proclaimed, we will need to publish the policy on the misrepresentation of qualifications, which is prepared, and to implement the register, which is for the misrepresented qualifications, which is also currently prepared. We do, however, continue to update this register until the proclamation of the Act. Thank you, Noreen. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to our CFO, Ms. Sarah Mateli.
Good afternoon. Allow me to also say all protocols observed for the sake of time. I'll be presenting the SAQA budget for the year 2022-23. In terms of the slide that is in front of us, SAQA has been allocated a budget of 115.7 million, of which 81.1 million is the grant that we received from DHEAD, and other income is 34.5 million. Next slide. In terms of the percentage allocation of our revenue, we have 70% of our total budget is made up of the grant that we receive from DHEAD, and 30% is income that we generate for the services that we render to our clients. And the other income that we generate is mainly made up of the income from evaluation of foreign qualification, verification of national qualifications, and then professional body annual subscription fee, and also interest that we generate from investment of surplus funds. Next slide. In terms of allocation of our projected expenditure for the financial year 2022-23, we allocated 59% of our total budget to compensation of employee, and also 41% is going to operational and capital expenditure. In terms of the high percentage of compensation of employee, we are aware that we have allocated 41% of our total budget to operational expenditure, but we are trying going forward by all means to ensure that the funds that are to be generated in future will be able to finance or increase the allocation to our operational expenditure and the CAPEX expenditure. Next slide.
It's there, Sarah.
Next slide.
I think the network, I don't know if it's mine or...
Yeah, Chair, we have a lot of load shedding, so the network is down. Maybe I could just speak to this. This is the expenditure program.
Can you hear me?
Chair, is it all right?
Sarah, your network is bad, assuming due to the load shedding. So could I request that perhaps Dr. Reddy continues?
Yeah, Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, Chair, this outlines the expenditure per program. Our 5 programs, as Nadia took you through. You could see our first program, we use 40% of our operational budget, and it does also include personnel costs. Program 2 takes up 7%, program 3, 24%, 4, 25%, and program 5 is 4%. We are trying to up this, Chair, to make sure that more is in operations than personnel costs. Next slide, Nareen. Chair, very quickly, I know we over time. I'm not going to speak to this, just to say we are doing everything possible to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic that has affected all of us. All staff are back at work. We did have 20 staff who tested positive, and sadly, 1 member lost in December last year. We are continuing to follow all protocols. We do our risk assessments. We have a risk plan and vaccine in place, and I'm pleased to report that 95% of SAQA staff are vaccinated, and we are working with the 4 unvaccinated staff to make sure they get vaccinated. Next slide. This is the last one, Chair. These are high-level risks. So we're worried about the structure in terms of our delivery. We are using independent contractors. We are always concerned about financial sustainability and looking at other revenue generation options. We are struggling to recover from the reputational backlog, given our service delivery was severely compromised. But our automation project, which is on track, there's always the risk it might not be delivered in time, but our early signs are extremely positive. There's increased risk of litigation, and we have lost a lot of our institutional histories and networks with the sudden departure of a large number of staff, Chair. With that, I will hand over back to you. Thank you very much, Chair, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, colleagues from SAQA, the South African Qualifications Authority. I'd like to hand over to our last entity now. And the last entity for the day to present would be the Qcto. It's, let's say it's 15:40. You have 30 minutes to present, so at 10 past 4, we would like for colleagues to be done. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm trying to unmute. Thank you, CEO, for projecting. So firstly, please allow me to greet everyone in the meeting this afternoon. Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the DGs, Honorable DGs, DDGs, and all the senior government officials, and my colleagues from the Qcto on the call, our esteemed CEO and our CFO that will be joining me today to share the update from the Qcto. So if you don't mind, please allow me. I'm also struggling with load shedding. It's going to go off in a minute now, so I'm going to switch off the video while I talk, if that's okay with you, Honorable Chair. Thank you. So if you move on to the next one, CEO. So for our agenda today, the contents of the presentation, we're going to talk a bit about our vision, an update on the governance, just an update on our structure, and most importantly, we're going to spend quite a lot of time, a bit of time on updating you on our APP targets, as displayed on the screen by our CEO. So just in terms of context, then, if I were to kickstart with our mandate, our vision and our values, our vision still, so if you move on to the next slide, please. It's a bit slow. So our vision as the Qcto is that of ensuring that in our country we've got a qualified, skilled, and capable workforce. Our mission being to effectively manage the occupational qualifications sub-framework in order to set the standards, develop and quality assure the National Occupational Qualifications Framework. So our values are very close to us. In fact, they guide decision-making. They guide the way in which we operate. I do want to call out the top value because it is so apt right now in the life of the Qcto, which is the value of innovation and excellence. And you'll note as we present, certainly our CEO and CFO when they present, the emphasis in terms of how we need to be agile, how we need to innovate, and how we need to do different so that we can honor the vision that is espoused for the Qcto, whether it is in the way we do things or in the way we introduce technology to simplify processes. So we'll talk a bit about that when we do our report. I just thought it is important for us as the Qcto to call that out. So in terms of governance, like all structures that have presented, we do have governance or committees in place. But what we wanted to call out today is we're very excited that as the Qcto, we've made a decision at Council and Exco to introduce an IT strategic committee. You would all know that as part of DPSA, we are required from a governance and policy framework to have the structure in place. But with the, at the time when this was promulgated, we did not have the capacity, or we didn't warrant that we have the structure in place, a standalone ICT strategy committee. So what we then did as the Qcto, it became a bit of a standing agenda on all our exco meetings and council meetings. But as the mandate was expanding, or as our work was expanded, we felt that we were not giving this topic sufficient airtime at our exco meetings and council meetings. So there was a request to then establish this standalone ICT strategy committee for the Qcto, and it bears testament, I guess, to what I alluded to around this value of innovation and being agile and the emphasis on ICT or technology. I think most of the speakers that spoke before us called it out. So we're very excited that we have grown the number of systems, and we're putting concerted effort in terms of delivery of the ICT strategy. In terms of our management structure, we've got the acting council. I do know that at the last meeting, we spoke a bit about this, that there was an ad that was put out at the time we were waiting for the minister to conclude that. So it is still pending for the minister to conclude the appointment of the chairperson of the council, but we've got quite a competent team of EXCO led by Mr. Naidu, our CEO, and Mr. Lata being for Occupational Qualifications, Mr. Mbuwe, who is our Chief Director on Occupational Quality Assurance, Ms. Madelonge, and then Mr. Kumbachuma, who is joining us today as our CFO. So I'm just going to do key call outs, and then our CEO will talk more about revised strategic plan for the coming period. But since the establishment of the council in 2010, we've made significant progress to implement the OQSF, its policies, its criteria and guideline. We're very proud of that. So we're now moving into our third strategic plan, or the revised plan, which we're going to focus on today with renewed focus. And I mean, there is just enormous support from our strategic partners. And I think our CEO will allude to that when he shares the updates, the detailed update. The current changes in the post-school education and training environment, and the promulgation of the NSDP and the development of the DHET skills strategy have brought about quite a number of opportunities that we believe are going to lead to an expansion of our national footprint. In fact, we're already feeling that in terms of the conversations that's coming our way and the requests that's coming our way. So we've managed to weather the storm, and I mean, they're testament to some of the speakers here that even with COVID, we still stayed the course, as difficult as it has been. We've made significant strides in implementing a new org structure and our vision for 2020. And we do believe that this is going to pave the path for us to deliver what we have espoused in what is espoused in the white paper for post-school education. Also, we're making a progress in the implementation of our mandate. As we all know, we've been over the past period putting a lot of emphasis in setting the Qcto up to further deliver its mandate, and we've got strengthening our resolve for the Qcto then to do its work diligently and as adopted in the NSDP. So we're very, very excited about what has been delivered in the period. We can move on. So our people and the council, the CEO and staff are fully committed to ensuring the implementation of this revised strategic plan and the targets that have been set in the NMDP. Lots of energy even in the meetings as we engage on the targets and the priorities. In respect of achieving our full mandate, the Qcto has also resolved that over the next 5 years, it will be directed by following the strategic imperatives that we're going to talk to you shortly. So if I were to get into the revised strategic imperatives for 23, 24, 25, the first one being creating a dynamic occupational qualification sub-framework. Again, emphasis on dynamic because the world is moving so quickly. So as I said, the agility, but our CEO will speak a bit about that. It's also about ensuring the development of quality assurance of occupational qualifications, our part qualifications and skills program that are responsive, again, in emphasis on responsive to the labor market. In fact, I'm reminded by what our Honorable Minister said earlier today that we can measure APPs, but is it really delivering what the labor market is requiring? And I think that is really our call as the Qcto, that we've got to be responsive to the labor market as we achieve those APPs, but also adopting a special focus on the, adopting a special focus on technical vocational education and the CET colleges. And then the last one, which is very close to my heart, is us creating a Qcto that is a learning organization. And there's been significant work that has been done here within the Qcto around just shifting the performance culture within the organization, because again, we can only be agile if the people within Qcto buy into the concept of agility, speed to market, and are responsive. So very proud of the work that has been done, and looking forward to hearing your comments or questions later on. So I'm going to hand over to our CEO, who's going to walk us through then the revised strategic plans.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to the Honorable Chairperson of the committee, as well as the members, senior officials of the department, and my colleagues from the other quality councils, including SAQA. I will start off by setting up the situational context that the Qcto finds itself in, and it's building the road, as we walk. Now, we did receive from the portfolio committee specific requests that we have to respond to. And rather than providing separate responses, I have agreed that, or have thought that it would be best that I embed that in the presentation, but I will nevertheless highlight the specific issues that the committee wished us to speak on. And in building this road as we walk on, there's a heavy emphasis on the PSET sector, the TVET, CETs, the OQSF, as well as what is guiding us now, which is the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Skills Plan. Now I'm frozen. Okay, sorry about that. This is our legislative mandate and the other national imperatives. It's the National Qualifications Framework Act as amended, the Skills Development Act, the Skills Development Plan, and we also respond to a number of imperatives. And you can see that we have put in quite boldly there the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, and more specifically the skills strategy. I will also talk much more to that, as well as the OQSF and the ministerial determinations. So in terms of the imperatives that we have to, that the Qcto responds to, obviously it's to support the National Development Plan, not only in terms of the 30,000 artisans per annum, but in fact, in all of the areas highlighted in the National Development Plan, which also places quite an emphasis on the technical and vocational education and training areas. And in terms of the medium-term strategic plan, we contribute to the areas in priority 3, education, skills, and health. Now, with the post-school, the white paper, we are quite excited that although it's almost 10 years down the line since it was the white paper was published, that we are starting to see some major traction on the emphasis on the PSET system, the provisioning, of qualifications at TVETs and CETs, as well as making them institutions of choice. And that will be something I would highlight also in the presentation. And, the PSET system that is responsive to the needs of individuals, employers, the public sector, the private sector, as well as the broader developmental objectives. With regards to the National Skills Development Plan, it requires that a more streamlined quality assurance function be developed, and that is work that is ongoing. In terms of the quality assurance conducted by CETAs and NAM will be integrated into the Qcto. I'll speak to that under one of the areas, but that has not gone as anticipated. And certainly one of the more disappointing parts of the Qcto is that the funding allocation, although the NSDP does make provision for the Qcto to be adequately resourced, the Qcto remains with the 0.5% of the skills levy, which obviously limits us to a great extent. And then the rest, I think from this morning's presentation by the DHET, it is very congruent in terms of the efforts made with the PSET system. So I won't dwell on that. And then the last is, again, the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan and the skills strategy which the department has developed. And Qcto has already developed its plan, which has been approved by council in terms of how we give effect to meeting the demands emanating from this particular plan. So in terms of the strategic framework or the imperatives, as the chairperson has indicated, it is to create a dynamic occupational sub-framework. And Chair, if you would, this slide really excites me, and I hope it will excite everybody by the end of me going over this slide. This is one of our major achievements, which actually necessitated the revision of our strategic plan, 5-year strategic plan. Now, the minister signed off the determination on the 24th of December, 2020. And subsequent to that, the Qcto was then able to publish the Government Gazette, which actually outlines the OQSF policy. And we believe that this is a real game changer now in the PSET sector, and hence the excitement within the Qcto and its communities around the possibilities. One of the biggest is that we brought in skills programs. And it's not only skills programs that talk about self-sustainability and self-employment, but it would also be skills programs that we can start to really talk about upskilling and reskilling of persons who are already in employment. And we say it's going to be a game changer in the PSET sector because it creates a framework where we can now start to talk in a more constructive way about parity of esteem between the 3 sub-frameworks, promote the national coordinated NQF. It helps to make TVET colleges and CET colleges, for that matter, institutions of choice by virtue of the nature of the qualifications that will be made available. And we also believe that this promotes systemic articulation between TVET colleges and HEIs. It is also giving the opportunity for higher education institutions to actually offer Qcto or the OQSF qualifications. We made room for the CET colleges, and again, it all contributes towards the skills strategy. So, Chair, that is exactly what the excitement is all about. If you recall, in the red block, which is the Qcto responsibilities, previously we could only offer occupational certificates at levels 1 to 8. But in terms of the ministerial determination, we are now able to offer at, let's say, the level 5, a higher occupational certificate, an advanced occupational certificate. And if you look carefully, you would see that they carry a similar nomenclature to the qualifications offered in the higher education band, except with the word occupational to distinguish and define them. Now, this is the game changer for us, that TVET colleges have been locked in with the N4, 5, and 6. They've been locked in with the NCV, and we believe that with the right capacity and the right development, TVET colleges can start to operate at levels 5, 6, 7, and so could the universities. So we believe that this just gives us a better framework of qualifications within which to ensure that all qualifications, part qualifications, skills programs that are required are made available. In terms of strategic imperative 2, and Chair, by the way, that answers to one of the issues that we were to comment on. In terms of strategic imperative 2, Now, Chair, this is a new imperative in our strategic plan. We did remove the previous one where the emphasis was on TVET and CET colleges. However, it is not that we are now not focusing on TVET and CET, but we built that into this imperative, which is ensuring the development and quality assurance of occupational qualifications, part qualifications and skills programs that are responsive to labor market and developmental state initiatives. We brought this in as a direct response to the OQSF as well as to the ERSS, because the skills strategy lists qualifications that are in short, that there is a shortage at the moment. So we will use that as a guide, and hence we had to change this particular imperative. So the draft economic reconstruction and recovery skills plan, if I just go through it very briefly, it focuses on the needs of young people, vulnerable workers, and support for sector-focused interventions. And the plan outlines the DHET partnerships with other economic actors in support of the strategy, the structures established to facilitate demand-led skilling, the specific interventions to be developed for each intervention, and the monitoring and oversight and the modalities going forward. And let me just indicate, Chair, that the Qcto played a huge role in the development of that. In terms of the plan of action that the Qcto has developed, it is a plan that will respond to the plan by providing the necessary skills as identified, as well as responding to the Department of Science and Innovation role in terms of technology and innovation in the South Africa's economic recovery plan. So it actually helps us look through two lenses at the same time in terms of our plan of action. The Qcto is also a member of the Technical Implementation Forum. The third strategic imperative is creating a Qcto that is a learning organization. The chairperson spoke passionately about that, so I will not elaborate on that except to say that we are working in such a rapidly changing environment that we need an agile organization. And so this has to be, very high on our agenda. Now, Chair, one of the questions asked for us to respond to was on the restructuring of the Qcto. And so and together with this, I will talk about the functions from the ETQA functions from the CETAs. So in terms of the restructuring, and I think this is the prelude to that part of it, Qcto undertook a restructuring process in 2016. It was so that we could facilitate the appointment of subject matter experts at the Qcto so that a lot of work could be taken in-house. Now that organogram resulted in 246 posts, which was to be implemented in phases. As we stand right now, Chairperson, is that we only have 2 clusters out of a possible 6 that we've been able to establish and that are functional. So in terms of that structure remains, but I think what's important is that the number of posts that can be funded at the moment with our funding regime is only 114, of which we have 94 filled and 17 posts that are still to be filled. And if you look at C, our compensation budget at the moment is only 73 million rand. And so that is why we can only accommodate the 114 posts. I think here, Chair, we just want to highlight that, our posts are funded from the CETA grant. And year on year, we come to the committee to indicate that this is something that we have to apply for annually. So there is no guarantee in any year on what we could receive, and hence, we are in this particular predicament. Now, in terms of the Qcto mandate versus the budget, we believe that the budget needs to be reviewed so that it can give us an enabling environment so that we can provide in the PSET sector and to enable the implementation of the OQSF. Now, the NSF cash injection of about 2.2 billion into TVET and CT colleges also now will place a greater strain on Qcto resources to provide for the quality assurance of these programs. The members of the committee would recall that previously we came in complaining that there was a very limited uptake of our qualifications. Now we believe that within the TVET and CETs, there is going to be a much greater uptake and obviously more work required from the Qcto. And I think I've spoken quite a bit about the ERRSS. Now, Chair, we were also asked to talk about the update of the finalization of the business case and the migration of the ETQA functions. So the business case was presented to the DHET just historically in 2017. The business case was never approved, Chair, and even as we sit now, is still not approved. But at a workshop convened in 2019, it was agreed that the way forward will be for SLAs between the CETAs and the Qcto, and that is the status quo. We are working within these SLAs in terms of what is the mandate of the Qcto and versus the activities of the CETAs. And so our strat plan and APP are designed to give effect to this. And I did indicate that we continue to receive 0.5%. So, Chair, this issue of the business case has been going on for years. Considering the financial constraints, within the department, within the country, we don't think that is going to materialize anytime soon. And so we are just working within a particular holding position at this point in time. If I can, I think I'm going to skip this one and then quickly go to measuring our performance in terms of our outcome one, a single national quality assured occupational qualification sub-framework. And obviously the OQSF answers to that. The outcome two is to ensure the qualifications, part qualifications and skills programs that are responsive to the labor market. And then outcome three was the learning organization. Now here, Chair, I'll just highlight a few areas that I think we would need to take cognizance of. In terms of the contribution of the outcome, obviously it's going to give us a national functional system, with national list of occupations that are in high demand. In terms of the enablers, I think we would like to raise as Qcto that, we need to find ways of ensuring that the skills requirements are the ones that are in demand and not necessarily, what we pick up from just the limited databases that we do have. And obviously there are risks that are involved in this, but I'm not going to go through all of the risks. In terms of the indicators for that outcome, quality assurance functions performed by the Qcto and skills programs on the OQSF will be evaluated and reported on, and level of articulation between the OQSF, the GenFETQA and HQSF will be also measured. Uptake of occupational qualifications, part qualifications and skills programs. We would be looking at the level of industry satisfaction and also the number of comparable qualification frameworks which the Qcto is benchmarked against. We want to ensure that we have a world-class system. In terms of outcome 2, to ensure the development or at quality assurance of occupational qualifications and skills programs. Here, Chair, you can see that the contribution is we removed the previous focus on TVETs and CETs because we also included universities, and we got skills development providers also in this. And the contribution, again, is to respond to the skills needs of the country as identified through the ERRSS. Obviously, you know, the approval of that would give us some leverage. Now, the risks here, Chair, are immense, and the risks are whether our TVET colleges and our CET colleges and private skills development providers, where they do not implement the occupational qualifications. And then also a bigger issue is around the capacity of these institutions to offer the occupational qualifications and skills programs. So the outcome indicators here, I won't go through it, Chair, but just to indicate that we're looking at 2 things. Overall, we're looking at the percentage of programs that are developed, that are required by the skills strategy. But for the rest of the indicators, it is to measure the number of qualifications and the number of institutions that are offering the qualifications. So I won't go through that. All of these, I'm just measuring the numbers. And outcome 3 is being responsive, being a responsive learning organization. Let me go on then to the annual performance plan very quickly. We have 4 programs: administration, occupational qualifications, management, assessment and certification, the quality assurance, and research and analysis. Now, Chair, this is the model that we still work on, where we're trying to reduce the quality assurance of historically registered qualifications and increase quality assurance of occupational qualifications. And historically registered qualifications would have their expiry date is 2023, that's June next year. So we would be seeing quite a tilt towards the Qcto. This is just the way in which we want to implement the plan. Stronger and more cooperative relationships between CETAs, professional bodies, and Qcto. Strengthen and expand the PSET system, review and rationalize occupational qualifications, improve our quality assurance processes, and I think very importantly, standardize these across the system, continue to standardize curricula, and improve research capabilities. Chair, we have 28 indicators in total, and I won't go through the distribution. And then here, Chair, I'll just briefly outline that in terms of program 1, basically it's the capacity building strategy, the MSP, the MSP, the marketing, and then a change management strategy, which we have implemented and continues into 2022-2023. Chair, this program had the largest change. And again, you can see the output indicators are just looking at the number of prioritized qualifications that have been developed and registered by SAQA, as well as the assessments, the quality assurance of that. So I would not go through all of those targets that are indicated there, but as a program, my program 3 is the one that is majorly issue. It has a major issue. Certification system maintained, both in terms of issuing as well as verification. Chair, this is the one that has changed significantly. So that is to implement a national accreditation system for all qualifications, that are registered on the OQSF. That's the output, and I won't go through the indicators and the targets, but the emphasis is on a national accreditation system, and then a national quality assurance system, and that's the standardization that I've been talking about, as well as measuring then the uptake of occupational qualifications and skills programs by TVET colleges, CET colleges, universities, and private skills development providers. And then lastly, it's research on issues of importance to the development and implementation of the OQSF. So it's the number of research reports that we put through, as well as a research bulletin. Chair, I'll hand over to the CFO to respond to one of the questions around the purchase of the buildings, and then to present the financials. Thank you.
Thanks very much, CEO, and good afternoon, Chairperson and the esteemed members of the Portfolio Committee, as well
colleagues,
as
apologies. I'd like to indicate, I'd like to indicate we had allocated 30 minutes, which ended at 16:10. And we still have quite a lot to get through. So I'll give you about 5 minutes to highlight the key issues. Members do have the presentation in front of them. So yeah, but the issues where you feel as though perhaps you'd like to articulate yourself on, you can go ahead. We know it's not sufficient. We are all trying really hard to work with the time constraints that we have. So if you could just spend about 5 minutes, we'd truly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll spend about 3.5 minutes so that I can save some other time. And I think for the interest of time, I'll say all protocol observed. Basically, we needed to respond on this procurement of the Qcto premises. We have submitted all the documentation required to the Minister of Higher Education for their approval and endorsement, so that we can submit to the Minister of Finance. We are still waiting for that response, and I think the colleagues at the department are busy with this. And we expect that this process is going to be completed by June 2022. It is a very critical process for the Qcto, as it will serve us a lot strategically going forward. The next slide. In terms of the figures, Chairperson, our total budget for the year in terms of revenue is 129 million. I would have loved it to be the billions like NSFAS, but it's 129 million. And we've got the DHET grant, which is 28 million. And the major part, which is almost 80% of our funding, is from the SITA grant, which is 96 million. And in this particular year, we have decided to budget, for certain services that we are doing as a way to bolster our budget. Our budget is still very small, but we are doing the best with that budget and doing other innovative means to ensure that we deliver on our mandate. The next page, in terms of expenditure, I'm just going to show the distribution of expenditure in terms of the programs. Obviously, our administration, as obviously our organization is a human resource heavy organization. Our expenditure on administration is about 51% of the budget, and then the other three programs take the huge, the remaining chunk. Research, which is our last program, is still in its development stage, but we are moving with that research unit to ensure that all our processes are research-based. In terms of, if we're going to go to the next slide. In terms of distribution of our expenditure, if you see compensation is 73.8 million, which is about 59% of the total budget. We always try and maintain it to be below 60%. But I think there's just, this is basically my last slide, but I just want to highlight, Chairperson, that the Qcto doesn't just come and complain about, not having well-funded. You saw that our posts are 246, but we've got only 114 funded. We find other innovative ways to try and make sure that we do our work. For example, we have been, for the past 3 years, we have gotten an approval from NSF for 18 million to do a digitization of our records. And I can say this is the final year. Over 3 million records have been digitized, dating back from 1930. So we really try. The purchase of the building, again, is to ensure that we cut our costs and increase our revenue, while all the other avenues are being explored. And I must also thank the colleagues from the department. They really are helping us, and we hope that they will see that the organization is no longer a baby, it is grown, it's got bigger needs. Chairperson, I think this is my presentation in terms of the financials, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Could I check if there's any other remarks before we hand over to members? Okay, all right. At this point, I would like to then hand over to members. I'd like to, well, perhaps let me begin by thanking all colleagues for their presentations. Really, we understand that we are putting you in a very difficult position with the time allocations that are given to yourselves, but rest assured, members have gone through the presentations that you sent us. And I know some presentations were amended, but I think members would have been able to follow where those particular changes were then made. I would, at this point then, like to note hands that would seek to engage the 4 presentations we've received. It's 16:20, we're meant to finish at 6 o'clock. So we have about an hour and a bit, so an hour and a half, just over an hour and a half for our engagements. I'd really appreciate it if we can try and take that into cognizance. I see Honorable King's hand has gone up, Honorable Mananiso, Honorable Sibia. I'll take those hands for now, and perhaps also can I just ask that members, when Honorable King is done, Honorable Mananiso, we can come straight in, and then followed by Honorable Sibia and Mahlati in that order. Honorable King.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm also going to try to be very short. With regards to NSFAS, I'm just going to summarize what I want to say. We know that that's outstanding. So further engagement on the funding model that is envisaged for the sector, and hopefully we will be able to give our input in that regard. Also, with the ICT challenges experienced by NSFAS, I know that NSFAS has previously given us a report on the 5-year short-term plan and a long-term plan. I just need to find out how far are they in ensuring that most of those that they've presented to us ITC system in NSFAS. Also, when it comes to student accommodation, I just want to make them aware that there was a challenge that I've experienced with quite a few students who were in the missing middle category, who were literally put out of some of the university accommodation, and the SMSs that they've received was to say that they are not NSFAS funded, hence they cannot stay at the institute at the accommodation, because they will only then fund NSFAS funded students. As they come across some of those incidents, I would gladly share some of the messages that was received. And that is my biggest fear, that in the long run, most universities and TVET colleges would only focus on NSFAS funded students. And then at the end of the day, the missing middle would fall by the wayside. Are there any plans in place in order to decentralize some of NSFAS offices to the institutions for ease of access? I know that they have portals and everything that they can apply, but most students have been requesting an office at the institution for ease of access with the challenges that they are experiencing. When it comes to the CHE, I've read the statement that was set up regarding Walter Sisulu University. And that there are quite like 5 outstanding matters that needs to be taken care of. Can they just give us a proper understanding on the accreditation issues that was in the media and that was experienced by WUSU in order to ensure those students who are at this current juncture, previous students as well, willing to take the legal route against the university because they fear that their qualifications are not recognized. Also with CHE, SAQA, and with the Qcto, how sustainable are they really in order to ensure that their mandates are properly fulfilled? I know they are trying to get extra funding, but the sustainability has been raised over numerous years, which is always creeping up. And what are the level of engagement with the minister to ensure that extra funding is given to that sector? I know SAQA has received an additional funding this year, but we must be mindful of the long-term reputational damages which can follow SAQA with regards to their sustainability financially, also with the fact that more of the retrenchments might be at play. I'm glad all 3 have indicated digitization and the automation system. I just need to find out by when exactly will SAQA, CHE, and Qcto actually implement that system so that at the end of the day, we know that it might not take 3 to 4 years for the automation process to be fulfilled. And that's how quick I've tried to go, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. I just want to check if I'm audible.
Yes, Honorable Minister, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Chair, let me start by actually welcoming all the presentations and as well congratulate Chair SAQA, Qcto, for actually achieving some of the targets and as well their way of innovation in terms of doing their work. One want to say more needs to be done. However, we are pleased that at least we can gauge that we are moving to the right direction. As well, acknowledge the progress made by NSFAS with regards to the applications for 2022. And Chair, I'm happy that today at least we were given the deadline in terms of finalizations of appeals, and I hope that NSFAS will actually abide to that. Chairperson, with regards to NSFAS as well, one must just add to say that they need to have a strategic program with regards to public education on issues of appeals, because now it's as if when they cannot deal with applications, appeals becomes one of the recurring challenges. So I just want to emphasize to them that it is important that they strengthen their public education on appeals so that at least no one is left behind or excluded in the process. The other thing is one would want to suggest to NSFAS that they need to rethink in terms of their marketing strategy on how to do best in whatever that they are doing as an organization. And I just want them to submit perhaps in writing to the committee in terms of their program on mentorship for management. I just want to check what is it actually that NSFAS is speaking about with regards to that on capacity building programs and for mentorship for management. Chair, with regards to Chair, with regards to CHE, as I have alluded, I'm very happy that every time when we meet with them, Chairperson, you know, you can tick the box and you can see that they are doing what they are supposed to be doing. On the other issue, I've been actually covered by Honorable King on issues of unaccredited qualification. What is their role as chair, and what is it that they are doing to ensure that they assist students who actually could have been affected by that process. Chairperson, with regards to SAQA, you know, I want to applaud their way of financial sustainability in the short term. I think many can learn from them. And I just want to check with regards to the current status of the 2019 NQF Amendment Act, whether the President has issued a proclamation for its implementation, and for the DG SAQA, they are saying that the President is taking so long to proclaim the 2019 NQF Amendment Act, and what are they doing about that? It is a concern for me that SAQA 2022 financial plan targets are based on if the President proclaim the NQF Amendment Act. What if the President does not proclaim the Amendment Act? And I just want to check if SAQA had any mitigation strategies with regards to that. On the issue of some of the issues, Chair, with regards to your chair on issues of good practice guide produced, we need to applaud them. Slide 16, we acknowledge the fact that there's 100% achievement of payments within the turnaround time. We are happy. From CHE, issues of communication and advocacy, I just want to check if they do have this particular communication and advocacy plan in indigenous languages, because one would be happy to know if really, as we are actually developing new communication strategies, we are able to filter in different indigenous languages. Chairperson, with regards to issues of restructuring by SAQA, I'm very happy that they will be accommodating those who were retrenched, and we need to applaud that. And we hope that they will be prioritized in the shortlisting process as well. It won't be only compliance. And I hope that in their new plans of employment and restructuring, they will consider that always we are talking about the transformational agenda, that it's inclusive. So we won't be repetitively, you know, in asking where are the males, where are the females, where are Black people, and so on, so on. So I just want to say to them, as they do their recruitment, actually to all who have presented, they need to ensure that their recruitment is very inclusive. We don't leave anyone behind. Your LGBTIQA plus society, disabled people, people with albinism, and as well those who are marginalized as women who are 35 and above. Chair, on the issue of, I've got so many, one of the things that I'm taking as things that needs to improve is the stakeholders' relations within the PSET system. It can be correct that other people, in terms of their audit outcomes and fundings, they are able to follow through and actually respond positively as when they do the new plans. But others, they seek to be behind, like your NSFAS. And we hope that for this financial year, NSFAS will be telling us, you know, a good story that anybody can be, you know, breaking about in terms of what we are anticipating to receive from them. Issues of systematic challenges. For me, I believe that today, perhaps it should be the last thing that always when we meet with NSFAS, we are told about. I cannot repeat on the issue of decentralization, because at times when we speak to NSFAS, we are saying to them, if you cannot decentralize because of limited resources, find an alternative way of making sure that you've got system in place or forums in place that would assist when people are actually need assistance with regards to their applications. That's what I can just say with regards to the NSFAS. However, I myself am applauding them for actually trying to, ensure that they deal with their issues as when they arise. Chairperson, with Qcto, I just want to ask, to what extent are TVET, CET colleges, universities, and private skills development providers implementing the occupational qualification, part qualifications, and skills programs? That's what I just want to check with regards to the Qcto. How is the entity contributing to adapting its training offering with technological advancement? And lastly, I just want to check if they have a program where, as Qcto, they are actually assisting their beneficiaries to get exit opportunities. That's what I have from my side. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Melanie. So I believe it's supposed to be Honorable Sibia, followed by Honorable Mahlati, then Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks for all presentations. On CHE, bullet number 1, they have said program administration constitutes 44% of the total goods and services. Why is too high, the percentage? SAQA, it has been said the new structure will take some time to operate. There is a challenge. Which challenge is being faced? Qcto, you are saying since the establishment of the Qcto in 2010, much progress has been made in terms of implementation. Do you mean as from 2011, because you are mentioning the only 2010 that much progress has been made? What about other years? Thank you. Oh, 246 permanent posts to be filled in phases. Please, okay, you are saying there is no availability of funds, but do you think you are going to fill these posts? Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Sibia. Honorable Mahlati.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon, colleagues. Let me take this opportunity as well to welcome all presentations. Starting with, I'll start with SAQA. SAQA is a strategic entity, Chair, and it must be efficient and effective. And moreover, it must be able to self-sustain itself. It must be self-sustainable. If not, it will run a risk of being overtaken by events and competition within the market environment. In the presentation, the entity indicates that the entity will be working towards building a footprint nationally and internationally. However, one does not begin to see within the strategic plan how it intends to do that. What are the key priorities, or what are the key indicators that are moving towards building that particular footprint? One is unable to see it in the presentation. Maybe if SAQA can just indicate clearly how are they intending to do so. And when you look at the process in terms of automation, automation will definitely assist in achieving this issue of building a sustainable institution as well as building a footprint. However, with which new indicators have they been able to introduce to work towards this particular goal? Secondly, what impact will the automation on the current approved final organogram? Given that they've got a newly approved organogram, how will the automation impact on this particular organogram? And together with that particular question, I want to know, are there possibilities of job losses? Will they be able to skill or reskill the current staff complement? And what are the cost implications in relation to this automation? And Slalo, I just also want to check from SAQA, what are the potential revenue growth opportunities due to this automation process? And how will this address backlogs in terms of their core mandate? And lastly, or second last to SAQA, what are the risks posed by online learning and what impact do they have on the qualifications? Now, this question that I'm going to pose, Chair, it goes to both Q2SA, Qcto, as well as SAQA, as well as CHE. I want to believe, Slalo, that for the PISA sector to operate seamlessly, there must be some level of collaboration between CHE, QTSO, and SAQA. However, this collaboration is essential specifically in the articulation to promote skills development. I want to check with these three institutions or these three entities, is this happening? If not, what are the impediments? And whether does the current APP or their strategic plan, in whatever way they wish to address the plans that they're presenting to us today, addressing this particular issue? And when we go to CHE, Chair, I just want to find out from CHE, how has the entity been able to shape the curriculum and qualification review in this particular sector to be in line with the transformational mandate of the CHE to transform lives in pursuit of an equitable, prosperous, and innovative society to realize the social and economic development objectives? I think this question goes in line with what Professor Bauer was saying during our colloquium, to say there is a need for us to engage in relations to check whether institutions of higher learning, the output, does it impact directly into the economy of the country? But I want to check whether in this particular fashion, does this particular presentation take cognizance of those realities? Chair, when you go to NSFAS, in one of the presentations made by NSFAS to the portfolio committee, NSFAS have reported that it received more than 500 inquiries at its call center. Has this changed since the improvement of the online registration system? Because when you put a system, you ought to have significant changes. So we just want to know whether those inquiries had less inquiries since then, since the new system has been put in place. Noting the role of institutions in disbursement of funds to students, I also want to know, how does the entity monitor institution ensure that NSFAS funds are allocated appropriately and not misused for other purposes, and whether they can do quality assurance as an institution to ensure that these particular institutions do not use the funds for other things. And lastly, on NSFAS, Chair, on appeals and the close-up project, I just want to know, what have been the benefit of the close-up project thus far? Have we seen a particular significance in as far as this project is concerned? And when you look at NSFAS, Slalo, especially in relation to TVETs, according to the presentation, college registration data says it has 147,041 students out of 359,195 provisionally funded. What is the cause of the delay, especially when it comes to TVETs sector? Slalo, I think I will stop there with my questions to allow other members to make contributions so that we don't take too long. Thank you very much, Slalo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlatsi. Honorable Bosho, followed by Honorable Makis.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and all the colleagues. Actually, I quite enjoyed this afternoon because as we do all the different quality assurance agencies of the department in one day, one has a bit of an aerial view about the whole activity of quality assurance. And I think the term that we often use as a post-school education training system is very important because I think people who have less insight and information into the whole system don't really distinguish between what lies with the Qcto, what lies with SAQA, what lies with the CHE. They just think of the authority. And I've often come across that when you try to discuss something with a voter or somebody from the public who approaches you, it's striking how little knowledge people have about this whole system. And then I remember how little I had before I really became involved with it. And in that sense, I want to ask if it is possible to have something in the line of an inspectorate at the department, because I know that the training institution, if it doesn't promise something which it doesn't do, then it does not break a law. But to be quite sure what is promised, what is presented, and what it is accredited for is not easy, even for somebody who is relatively informed. And it's a very important part of the trust in the whole system, that people know what they have. And I ask this, or I say this specifically because I have an inquiry which I directed to the department, who referred me to the, well, actually they didn't refer me. Then I went to the Qcto, and I was asked more details, and then I've heard nothing. Again, it's about a private college in Bellville. So somewhere there has to be a kind of a one-stop shop where one can say, okay, we have this problem, and if it is being investigated by a kind of an inspectorate, to give the feedback, no, everything is above board, or yes, there's problems, and it's going to be acted upon. So I would think this is directed to all the institutions who presented today, except for NSFAS. Regarding NSFAS, I don't want to go into everything about appeals and registrations. It's huge numbers that NSFAS is working with, and I really don't envy them for working with this volume of data. But I want to make sure, is it really sensible to still pursue the loans in the pre-grant time? Is it realistic to think that anything more is going to be collected, or shouldn't one just write it off at this stage? I mean, it's quite a few years since the whole funding model has been changed. And then also regarding all the problems in which I think there's a very steady progress at NSFAS, which one has to recognize and you know, give credit for. I would just say that is maybe the reason why one first has to plan something and then announce it, and not the other way around. But that is a little bit of history by now. To the CHE, I just want to ask the memorandum, or whatever you called it, about transformation in the higher education sector. Is that something that has passed the portfolio committee already, or can one have just a little bit more information about that? It seems to me if it can be as explosive as the language policy, which is in fact a very old document, but which found new traction and new enemies in recent times. And then to SAQA, I would like to say, well, nearly one want to say condolences with having to work with half of the employees. I believe it must be a big challenge, especially because of what was mentioned about the institutional memory, which was lost with those half of the employees. On the other hand, Dr. Kiwi and everyone who presented really sounded upbeat, and I'm optimistic with them that they're going to get beyond these challenges. And just on a personal note, it was nice to see the picture of Dr. Kiwi when I did my when I worked on my thesis. Part of it was a description of the educational scene in South Africa, and I quoted quite a lot out of Kiwi, Blom, and somebody else whom I can't remember from my head. And now it was nice to see at least what Kiwi looks like. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Boshoff. Honourable Makesi.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the presentation, to those who gave presentation, and good afternoon to everyone. I know I said good morning earlier, but I don't know if we've got new people that joined us, but nevertheless, I would like to say good afternoon. I just want to find out from NSFAS, starting from there, I would like to find out, you obviously would have students that are dropping out of universities, of TVET colleges, and yet, you have invested in them by, having an allocation of a budget for that particular year, and only to find that, they will not be coming back for whatever reason. I think many reasons is usually because, they cannot perform or whatever. I just want to find out, do you ever look at, the budget loss that you get from that? I think it actually goes back to what Honorable Boshoff mentioned earlier, to say, how is in the funding of students, are we seeing a reduction of that, or are we seeing more increase? And also the fact that we've seen the 2.2 billion decrease in the budget, how has it impacted your funding of students? And also, it's actually very unfortunate to be seeing budget cuts in a period whereby you have students that find themselves, with parents that are not unemployed. It might be that, there was a time that you didn't need to be funded, and all of a sudden you need to be funded, and then, oops, no, NSFAS doesn't have money to be able to cover for those students. How is NSFAS ensuring that, now that they have budget cuts, how are they going to be able to deal with the budget cuts that has been imposed on them, given the budget? And also, Chair, it's also very strange and also interesting, the fact that, during COVID, that we haven't been traveling, specifically I'm going to talk about Parliament. And I think that also it's been throughout all the different departments. But the savings from that is not being realized. We are seeing budget cuts, despite the fact that there must have been savings. I mean, for us now, for instance, just sitting here and having a Zoom, that's a saving to Parliament, because we didn't have to fly to go to Parliament. And at the same time, we didn't have to have the officials also flying. I mean, the cost of just this meeting could have been enormous, but yet we don't see those kind of savings translating into improvement and in terms of increase in budget. That is something that I've found to be interesting, and I would like to know how is it that is really not impacting our budget to be able to say, I mean, it's the same question that I asked earlier, how has COVID saved finances or budget for the department, and where have you seen that? But we don't see that kind of reporting. I would have really liked to see a different department coming up with that and saying, this is how we have saved because of COVID, and this is what we intend to, this is how we intend to spend that money. And also, the other issue that I'm also concerned about, and I'm sorry to put the CEO of NSFAS on the spotlight here, the turnaround period that one would expect in terms of queries with NSFAS. I personally, being a member of Parliament, I've had one query that I've submitted with NSFAS, and to date I haven't received any response from that. And I also had another one, obviously you have members of the public that will come to us and, can you please my query, and then I also send it through you, Chair, and I haven't had anything from that. So one tends to question, if I, as a member of Parliament that sits in this committee, that asks the CEO directly, to be able to respond on a query, and they never come back to me. So what happens to the students that are out there that are really desperate and they need that kind of information, but they are not being responded to? I really like, you know, it baffles me. It's either because I'm a member of parliament, maybe the minister, the CEO believes that maybe I don't need to have a response, but it's kind of like worries me, and it raises a lot of questions on whether students, you know, queries being responded, and what is actually the real turnaround time for them to be able to respond to all the queries that the students are bringing in. The other, okay, so then I'll move away from NSFAS and I'll go to CET. The CET, as I said earlier, you know, only 2% of their budget goes to CET, which is like really a small amount, and really doesn't talk to our issues of unemployment and trying to improve the lives of the people on the ground. And also, one other thing that I also picked up during the time that we had a conference of CET is that what was raised was the fact that, you know, the CETs, they have to pay rent to basic education. I don't know if there is a figure. I'm very interested to know how much are they paying towards that, because infrastructure, it looks like is the least of the problem with CET because it's not one of the programs. So that means like they have no intentions, as much as we're saying, we're talking about it, but it's really not, we are not seeing that on their APPs. So it's not really something that they're considering, but yet, you know, there's rent that's been paid towards basic education, or whichever institution, if they go and maybe not necessarily in basic education, but if they do, you know, they bring their classes or their work in a church, they have to pay. If it's in a hall, they have to pay. Or maybe I can also even get clarity, or who are they, you know, who actually requires them to pay. Maybe basic education doesn't, but I'm interested to find out if there's any rent that's been paid and how much of that rent has been paid. And also, you know, okay, I'll move on to SAQA. I'm going to try to be quick. The fact that, like, you know, they've lost so many employees, not that, you know, they've basically retrenched, and then now they're trying to fill 82 positions that needs to be filled. Are they going to make sure that the people that have been retrenched, because, you know, as Honorable Boshoff has said, that, you know, there's a problem of skills, loss of skills because of the people that they had to let go. Are they going to be able to re-employ them to basically fill in these positions? And which I also don't understand, why did it have to go through that, whereby you have to retrench and give people retrenchment packages, and at the same time now you have to employ people. I really don't understand what was the whole process about, and why did it have to come to that kind of thinking to say, like, you know, let's try to again fill those positions. And I would like to see their organogram of all those positions that they are filling. And also, like, there's also a concern of the 59% of the compensation, and what has it been done? What are they doing about to that issue of 59% of their expenditure? And also, I think the deputy chairperson of SAQA mentioned that they have existing APPs and strategic plan, and they are unable to amend that in order to fit the new council. Can you please explain to me how can you not, and what is really holding you back? Because if I look at your programs, how you've allocated the budget on your different programs, there are quite a significant amount of changes that you have made in the allocation of the budget of your thing, which I think speaks to what your intentions are on your APPs, but then yet you're saying that you are unable to amend it. What is it that you are hoping to do, and what is wrong with your current budget allocation, and also the type of programs that are there? I think that's about it. I know I left some stuff, but anyway, I think we are all tired, and, you know, it's been a long day. Thank you so much, Chair, and good afternoon again to everyone.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makesi. Honorable Mananiso, I'd like to believe that's a legacy hand. Okay, most probably. Thank you very much, honorable members, for your comments, questions, and recommendations. I think on my side, perhaps let me just focus on NSFAS. I just wanted clarity. Perhaps the CEO can provide some clarity in relation to the changes that the AG's office was saying could be made to your plans, and where the delay is there, if you've received those changes or the observations that have been made by the AG's office, and by when should we anticipate that you yourselves could have interacted with the observations that have been made by the AG's office. Perhaps CEO, you can bring us into confidence in relation to that. Then on slide 28 of the presentation from NSFAS, and I hope there isn't a member who's perhaps picked up on this. The figures there are quite consistent, but there's this one with the University of the Free State where it says that the potential exception is at 18,118. Perhaps colleagues can just give us an understanding in relation to that. And then also just perhaps just clarity in relation to student allowances. So when we say student allowances have been paid, should we assume that you're also referring to allowance for accommodation? And then with these challenges that NSFAS continues to have, in order to be able to make transfers for tuition fees to institutions, could the department give us an understanding of what role they're playing in assisting NSFAS to ensure that the 9 colleges that have submitted data for those closeout projects do so, that have not submitted data for those closeout projects do so. And then, yeah, I think perhaps let me leave it at that for now. Perhaps slide 36, there were some letters that were written to these colleges. Have you received responses? And if you have, what generally is the nature of those responses? And I really think, true to what Honorable Mananiso would want to speak to often, is that those colleges that are not assisting us as a sector, by not working with NSFAS, not working with the department, if the department is intervening already, there needs to be some form of consequence management, and because they're delaying us really in the work that we're trying to do in terms of the closeout project. So I think for me, for now, I'll just leave it at that with the questions to NSFAS, and some of the matters I want to raise, I'll just incorporate them into the closing remarks at a later stage. So colleagues, those are the comments, questions, and remarks from members. How I then propose that we deal with this segment is that we take all the entities, and once we're done with the entities, we hand over to the AG's office if there's anything I'd like to have colleagues are still on the platform. Then we move to the DG. I believe Honorable Manamela should still be on the platform, but we'll just check because I know Minister has left, but perhaps Honorable Manamela, the Deputy Minister, could make some concluding remarks and then, back to myself to close the meeting. So let me start it then with colleagues from NSFAS. Mr. Koza.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Thank you so much for the questions related to NSFAS. I will respond to 2 questions, and the CEO will respond to the rest. The 2 questions I'll respond to will be one by Honorable King, on student accommodation and the marginalization of students from the missing middle, and one from Honorable Manemiso on educating people on appeals. Now, direct response to the question raised by Honorable King, whether we know that students from the missing middle get SMSs that advise them they are not eligible for accommodation because they are not NSFAS students. The response is an emphatic no. Actually, the observation is quite astonishing, and we would like to request Honorable King, as she undertook to share the information with us, to do so. It will be of great educational value to us. What we find in Chair is a direct opposite of the assertion by Honorable King. What we're finding is that NSFAS students in some universities are being disadvantaged for several reasons. One of which is the fact that, in the past we took funding decisions late, and they never benefited from the first come, first served principle. On the assertion made by Honorable Manemiso on educating people on appeals, yes, we will do that. Actually, we are in the process of establishing a much more intense communication strategy to communicate with stakeholders, not only on matters such as appeals, but on processes, on policies, and on achievements of NSFAS. So we're going to firm up our communication strategy and our communication efforts to do that in collaboration with stakeholders. Chair, I will now hand over to the CEO to deal with the rest of the questions. CEO.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be quick with my responses, Chair. The first question around the ICT challenges, Chair. I'm wondering, Chair, there is a report that the committee requested of us, which we submitted in relation to the ICT, how far in terms of what we need and how far and what we've done so far. But Chair, just in summary, Chair, the way to understand our where our ICT challenges are, we need to talk to the process of funding. So where what we call the student journey, where you talk to a student who applies, a student who gets then evaluated in terms of the application, and then the calculation related to what allowances are due to the students. So in relation to, we've done a bit of enhancement on the application process, which we saw last year. We are busy currently now with the enhancement of the application process. We are finalizing our system that deals with the calculation of the allowances to the students. And then on the side of the support, we have not begun our work in relation to the systems that support, namely the accounting system that record the transactions that we have done or that we process. So in summary, really that's the status quo. But also the biggest expenditure comes in the form of the infrastructure, the underlying infrastructure, and we have not begun there because of once again the funding issues. But Chair, I think once again, as we requested the last time, this subject of ICT challenges we would be best dealt with through that working session we requested from the committee. In relation, Chair, to plans to decentralize the scheme, so we had reported before, Chair, that firstly, before we talk about decentralization, we must first remember the history that, in fact, the scheme in itself used to be decentralized before, and it then became centralized because of the number of challenges or issues, namely around inconsistencies in the application of the funding criteria when the scheme was decentralized. And rightfully so, the call for decentralization comes as a result of students not being able to be dealt with properly through our query resolution mechanism, namely the call center. Now, the feasibility study that we've done to assess whether or not the scheme should be centralized recommends a blended kind of model where we have to have some element of decentralization and some element of centralization. However, Chair, it's important to note that before any of the decentralization aspects are implemented, that the underlying systems have to be dealt with, because core to the queries is whether or not the data is consistent with all those that will be in the field to respond to the queries. So in essence, Chair, we are studying the feasibility study report and we are implementing the recommendations in terms of implementing that. There was a question again raised by Honorable King on the chat platform around whether or not the blended learning should requires the change in the funding model. Chair, by definition, blended speaks to the fact that there's an aspect of the learning that happens online. There's an aspect that also happens through the classroom. So in essence, it hasn't changed. Students still leave their homes, meaning where they come from in the Eastern Cape, to go to Gauteng to be funded. The course fees still have not changed, and so they still require accommodation and the allowances. So, and as such, we have not seen a need to change the model. I would also then imagine, Chair, as part of this MTT study on the sustainability of the scheme, that such matters will also be considered. On the questions of Honorable Mananiso, I think the Chair has dealt with the issue of the appeals and the program to educate and also the marketing strategy. So I will not touch on it. I think I covered the issue on the system challenges. Honorable Matlas's question around whether or not the improvements that we've made so far on the system have had a resultant effect on the reduced number of calls in our call center. I think, Honorable Matlati or Chair, there is no correlation between the two, in a sense that the improvements that we made only dealt with a particular cohort of students, meaning the real-time funding decisions were made for SASA beneficiaries. Now, we still have, and in relation to the number of applications compared to the number of, to the previous years, we'll see that we've seen that the applications have grown. So in other words, we could not draw a direct correlation on whether or not the calls have reduced as a result of the improvements that we have made. Because the calls vary. Some students would be calling to know whether or not the application cycle is open. This is now at the beginning of the year. Others will be calling to assess whether or not their status has changed. And we'll recall, Chair, that at the beginning of this year, we had delayed funding decisions whilst awaiting for confirmation of funding. So in essence, we would have had more students inquiring about their statuses, which we could not release as we were waiting for funding. Chair, we may have misheard the question around the quality assurance, because I think I captured the query as NSFAS funding quality assurance. So I think we misheard the question, but Chair, maybe I would say here that in terms of what we spend from an oversight perspective, we do provide monthly reports quarterly reports to the department and to the National Treasury, but also as part of the internal audit. Our internal audit does do audit assurances in terms of our processes and our spend based on their internal audit plan, but also ultimately the AG does provide assurance of, or at least reasonable assurance based on the audits that is done. Chair, in relation to the colleges, what will be the root cause of the delay? Chair, I think the issue that has been raised by the colleges over time is that firstly, and that we also are aware of as NSFAS, that firstly, in terms of the what would be called financial aid officers in the context of universities, that there is actually no capacity or limited capacity in the TVET colleges. You find that there would be one person assigned to be performing the role of a financial of a financial aid officer, which tends to affect the speed at which registration is processed. And also because of these limited numbers, when people move or change roles, then you find that there is no capacity to support that. Also, mainly the main issue around colleges is non-compliance in terms of the progression rules and the change in courses that TVET students do. So hence we said in our presentation, we have identified the ones where there's a slow rate of submission, and we are sending our teams to assist where necessary. In terms of the question asked by Honorable Boshoff, I think it links to the first question asked by Honorable Nachese around the TVET dropouts and the impact of those dropouts. We actually, as part of our research agenda for this year, we want to do a learner tracer study for all our beneficiaries, which would include the TVET college beneficiaries, to assess firstly with all the beneficiaries we've funded, whether upon graduation they have actually gone to find jobs, or whether, or for those that could not complete, whether, and then to also quantify what is the value of those that could not complete. The decrease, the impact of the decrease in the budget, I think, Chair, we've seen the impact of the decrease in the last two academic cycles, 2020 and 21, that this resulted in us having to delay the issue of funding decisions. And of course, I think we have reported that at least for the next 3 years, if nothing significant changes in terms of the demand, government has confirmed the funding, which means whatever the underlying shortages were have now been dealt with. Chair, around the issue of the turnaround, and maybe to be specific about the query that was sent to me, the query that was sent to me, if Honorable Machesi would recall, I acknowledged the receipt and indicated that the matter has been handed over to the COO to deal with, and indeed the matter was dealt with. And I think, Chair, perhaps what we can improve on, what we generally focus on when we receive these queries, is to close matters with the students directly, where the students are affected, and to close the matter directly with the institutions where it applies to an institution. I suppose what we could do better is to then come back to the honorable members to give them feedback. But the matter was indeed addressed. The matter related to a reconciliation where the institution was of the view that we have underpaid for that particular student and the student was not allowed to register. We engaged with the institution, and it turned out that there were more than just one student affected by the matter, and the matter was resolved with the institution, and the students were then able to register accordingly. Chair, in terms of the questions asked by yourself in relation to the changes on the APP, perhaps, Chair, just to give a quick background, is that when at the beginning of the year, the AG performs, let me say at the beginning of the financial year, the AG normally performs value-added assignments to review APP and threat plans of institutions at the request of the institution, request of which we had given to the AG, and the AG had indicated to us that they will undertake this as part of the planning for the new audit cycle. And of course, Chair, the AG, because when we heard this morning that this matter had been raised, we were not sure what it related to, and we inquired with the AG, and the AG indicated that indeed they had done a desktop review of our APP and STREL plan, but they had not shared with us those findings, which is something that in the next few days will be shared with us for us to assess whether or not these will necessitate any key changes in the APP, of which then, Chair, the process as allowed in the DPME framework will be followed where there are necessary changes that should be implemented. On the question, Chair, of the University of the Free State, the 18,000 that is appearing as exceptions. Chair, with the University of the Free State, would recall, Chair, that it was in the news when there was a protest of students there. We had to intervene prior to us processing the payments in the system to avoid loss of life and destruction to property with whatever little monies we had. So this represents the amounts that were paid outside of the system, which still need to be reconciled. So it's really just the reconciliation process that we have to do, given that we had paid them outside of the system to avoid that particular issue. Chair, in terms of the allowances, all the allowances have been paid to students. This includes accommodation, living allowances, and book allowances. So the payments we've made includes those. But Chair, I think the point we're trying to make with the data that was showing what we had received and what we had paid is an indication that there is still a number of students who have not received allowances, either because we have not received their registration records and or because there are non-compliances that have to be addressed between us and the institutions. Chair, on the issue of the last colleges, I mean, we have been, on the 9 colleges, we have been engaging with these colleges. We have sent them several requests to provide the necessary information, to no response. And ultimately, subsequent to the last engagement we had with this committee, we had a session with the college principals that had undertaken that data will be sent by these respective colleges. To date, we had not received that data. Hence, we then concluded by sending a letter to letters to these colleges last week, informing them that we will conclude on the basis of the information that we have. Chair, on the closeout report, to your question on whether or not, what is the feedback that we are getting from these institutions? I'll give you an example, Chair, in the sense that in relation to universities, we had about 1.6 million students that were affected by the closeout. We have managed to clear about 1,033,000 students as a result, which is, these are students that we agree with between ourselves and the colleges that should be cleared with. In the universities, there is about 52,000 students whose data we do not have as NSFAS, that institutions still have to prove to us that these students should have indeed been funded. In the case of TVET colleges, the affected students were about 1.3 million, of which we have cleared about 764,000 of those. And then we have about 34,000 where we've got missing records on our part. So in general, Chair, we are at a point where there are, because I think I'm really focusing on the students, because what the impact of this is generally students who are unable to register or either not able to get their results and the like. So our focus has been on clearing the students. Now the second part is then finalizing the amounts that are owed between ourselves. But indeed, Chair, there is a good indication that this is progressing in the right direction. I thank you, Chair. I'll end it there.
Thank you very much, CEO. Chair Koza, can I assume that we're covered and we can move on to the next entity? Okay, I will assume so. With your guidance, CEO, I think you were indicating that colleagues are done. I will then move on to colleagues from the CHE.
Thank you, Chair.
We have 30. Sorry.
Qcto.
Qcto. I was trying to pronounce your surname though, and I was feeling like I'm struggling. Magongwa.
Mahongwa.
Oh, it's okay, Mahongwa. There we go. Right. Mahongwa. Thank you so much. Sorry, apologies, Ms. Mahongwa. I wanted to just indicate that we have 30 minutes left. Yeah, we have 30 minutes left, about 30 minutes left. There's 3 entities left. So if colleagues can assist us in using those 30 minutes amongst the 3 of us, that would be greatly appreciated. So over to you, Mahongwa.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee for the questions. We will indeed be brief. I will just cover some of the questions and hand over to the CEO and the CFO to provide feedback on others. Chair, on the issue of accreditation with regards to Walter Sisulu University, I think we have issued a response, but at a high level is that in collaboration with SAQA and the department, we have reviewed the current records and can confirm that the programs referenced in the article meet the requirements for offering. And this includes that they are part of the program qualification mix of the university. They are also accredited and registered on the NQF. And I think in the CEO's response, he can then even provide more details. On the next question around the sustainability in terms of the CHE being able to sustainably execute its mandate, and particularly around the funding, is that at a high level, the CHE has engaged with the minister, and the minister has acknowledged the challenges that were brought to his attention and pledged his unwavering support. Additional funding was secured, and the CEO or the CFO can also provide more information on this matter. On the next question around the timelines for implementing the digital transformation program, is that the digital transformation program itself was approved by Council and is aligned with the current 5-year strategic plan. The implementation has commenced this year, beginning 2022, and some of the prioritized programs have been implemented already, and this includes alignment and adoption of the IT governance framework to ensure that we strengthen the ICT governance, as well as the establishment of the Chief Information Security role, and to ensure that IT resources are capacitated. This is a continuous journey that will lead up to, I think, 2027. And the programs have been scheduled according to short-term, medium, and long-term. And my colleagues will also elaborate more on it. Chair, I will hand over to my colleagues in the interest of time to also cover other questions that I have not covered. Thanks. CEO.
Thank you very much, Qcto. I'll just talk to the WSU issue quickly. This issue was already being grappled with and discussed prior to the leak to the media. Walter Sisulu had identified that they had questions on some of their programs, and they had engaged the DHET and CHE on that. While we were working with it, there was that leak to the media that resulted in that quite sensational article that spoke about thousands of WSU qualifications not accredited, which was a complete fallacy. We've been able to work with SAQA and DHET to understand the nature, the status of the 26 qualifications that were listed in that article. And clearly, most of them had full status in terms of PQM, accreditation, and registration. 5 of them, which are legacy qualifications, and I must emphasize that they are qualifications that have a history. They didn't just come out of anywhere. They are qualifications that were aligned to the previous version of the HEQF, but didn't conclude the complete process for realignment with the HEQSF. And that's where our focus on working with the institution is now. The HEQC, the Higher Education Quality Committee, has approved that we will undertake, put an evaluator in place to unpack the full history of these 5 qualifications and to understand why they didn't move completely through the HEQSF alignment process. And we will then be making recommendations to the HEQC on how we address the matter. Members should just be assured that the recommendations at the end of the day will completely take the interests of students into account and not compromise positions of the students. Further to that, we are also undertaking a full audit of the WSU qualification program offerings, just to ensure that there are no other issues similar to this in terms of the legacy qualifications that we also need to address. And that is happening in parallel to dealing with the five qualifications. So we do see a solution to this process at the end of the day. We do have some concerns, however, around the leakages that are happening in relation to internal processes at the university and the sensationalization in the media. In relation to our financial sustainability, as Qcto has indicated, the Minister and Treasury has listened to our pleas over the last few years, and we have had an increase in the baseline over the MTF. So we are in a little bit of a better financial position, but certainly still greater need for funding, especially as we introduce the quality assurance framework and the digital transformation framework. And we will be engaging more fully with our principals in this regard. We will also be considering a cost-sharing model going forward for the services that the CHE provides. In relation to the transformation mandate of the CHE, so we haven't formalized our process and our approach as yet. This will be done in consultation, collaboration, a discussion with the sector. Essentially, the CHE will be taking over the role that the Transformation Oversight Committee played over the last 10 years and enhancing that role to the benefit of the sector, taking a deep view of transformation that understands transformation from a structural perspective as well as from a cultural perspective, and looking at how we promote transformation as well as monitor a transformation in the sector going forward. I'm going to hand over to the CFO to talk about the program administration costs.
Thank you, CEO and Qcto. I think with regard to the issue of there's one question that was raised by one of the members is with regard to the budget, why the administration program is 44%. And I want to take the members to slide 24. I think on the notes is very clear. The reason why is 44% to program is read as follows, because I'm just looking at the slides. The notes that we have that has been submitted and presented to the colleagues or to the members of the portfolio committee. It says administration consists of 44% of the total cost of services, goods and services, of which 23% is for active fixed contracts and variable contracts. In essence, it says that the reason why is 44% is because of in total 45 contracts, which 24 is for fixed contracts and 21 is for variable contracts. And I indicated when I presented to say that is mainly because of the fact that we are owning our own building. So there's a lot of contracts that are under administration, which makes sense. But if you take into account that if it was not because of these contracts, the administration budget was going to be lesser than the core programs. And I think that is the main reason why it's at 44. Thank you. Sure.
Thanks, Chair. I think we have covered most. I'm not sure if we have missed out anything. I will then hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues from the CHE, Mimahongwa. Yeah, I want to get the surname right. Siyabonga kakhulu Leboha for the responses that you have just given to us. I'd like to now hand over to colleagues from SAQA and then followed by colleagues from the Qcto. Colleagues, you may continue.
Thank you, Chair, and for the useful questions to SAQA. I'll take the first question and hand over to the CEO. The question I'll talk to briefly is around the inflexibility of the APPs and the strategic plan. I think, colleagues, you've got to keep in mind that we have a new SAQA board, relatively new. We will have a new CEO in a couple of months. So we're trying to balance out continuity with change. The sector is in a lot of flux. There's a lot of things happening, and we've got to be careful around this. Under the guidance of the chairperson, Dr. Lolwana, we actually as a board focusing on the operational plans at the moment. And we trust that this will cascade back upwards into a revised strategy using the existing processes. I think the point I would want to stress is that there's enormous change when it comes to digitization of learning at the moment, and NQFs around us are changing. And so the agility we need within our system is something that perhaps is a bit too fast for us at the moment, but as SAQA, we're definitely engaging with these changes. We're seeing technology platforms becoming the norm, data interoperability, data privacy. These are the things that are being discussed internationally, and SAQA is part of those debates. Maybe my last point would be around UNESCO Education Committee, Sector Committee, is doing some interesting work around harmonization, and SAQA and all the kind of different bodies that are involved, DTI, DIRCO, and different bodies are very much involved in this process. So I think that it's a bit of a self-inflicted thing where we are, so to make our outcomes more measurable and more understandable to the public. And as a board, we are engaging with these. So this is definitely something we're taking the bull by the horns. Thanks, Julie. Over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I won't put my video on, but you saw me earlier, so I am here. Chair, in terms of Honorable King's question about concerns about SAQA sustainability and are we able to properly fill the mandates, our mandates, I just want to assure the Portfolio Committee that in spite of a very disruptive year in 2021-22, not only with the COVID pandemic and the impact it had with our very unfortunate mass retrenchments, our staff, which is very streamlined, cut in half, managed to deliver on all our APP targets except for 2, Chair, which were time bound. And in fact, a lot of members asked about the automation project and digitization, and there's a lot of interest in that. In fact, we started that as soon as January this year when we found out that during different periods of the lockdown, our income improved in terms of our income generating projects. And we had a little bit of funds left over in the last quarter of the last financial year in the region of 5 to 6 million. And whatever so-called savings we have, Chair, we put into the automation project. So it's a 3-year project, Chair, costing approximately 25 million. We did send a funding proposal for 20 million to DHET, and we found 5.5 million in our budget to fund it. So we started immediately in January We're already seeing the returns. It is estimated to be a 3-year project, but with the additional grant of the 9.8 million from DHET, which we learned of recently, we're able to fast track it and possibly complete this project in 2 years. Any additional income we make now that our services are gearing up and we're able to, the space is opening up for our verification and foreign qualification evaluation services, as well as the other returns we are getting in our various funding strategies that we're implementing. All that money will go into the automation project, Chair, which we will implement incrementally. Our focus right now is on our authentication services unit, because that's where our income stream is and that we are most reliant on. Already we are seeing the returns, and we hope to have that aspect of the project completed by the end of the year. We have multiple projects running concurrently. The automation project, Chair, will not reduce our current structure. We have 82 people. We do anticipate that we might have need for specialist expertise in the IT field, and we might have to grow our capacity a little bit in that area. In terms of the Chair, I just want to say that the other question I think Honorable Koza posed is about the Amendment Act, the 2019. Given the many crises that we have faced, and since the publication in late 2019, Chair, as a country, while we would like the Amendment Act to be proclaimed so we could implement it, we do understand that our president has been faced with many crises, but the DHET has been very vigilant about putting it on the agenda of the president's office to make sure that this gets proclaimed, because it does have serious implications for our verification function. We are doing that work without any mandate because DPSA has withdrawn the directive under which we functioned. However, we also note as SAQA that if we provide a real good service through our automation, if we're efficient and effective, and we are, we are not a very costly function, that people will come to us and we can compete in the open market, Chair. The big issue is to get all the remaining manual data digitized, and that is a project that we're constantly looking for funding for, and improving our service delivery and producing electronic certificates to our clients. Honorable Sabia asked about the new structure. Certainly that will take time, but in the meantime, as I have indicated earlier, we have brought back some of our retrenched staff and we are using them as contractual workers. In terms of the question of our international and national footprint, most of our work as a first generation NQF, and as one of the leaders of NQFs in the world, Chair, there are over 160 countries that have NQFs. A lot of our work is in promotion of the NQFs internationally, and especially our groundbreaking work in South Africa, our work with professional bodies, with multiple constituencies, that we're a comprehensive NQF. It is the work we are advising in terms of the SADC initiative, whatever work we are doing in terms of our robust policy regime. We are also in an advisory capacity on the African continental qualifications framework. So a lot of the work that SAQA does comes from its vast experience of over 25 years in this area, Chair. The other question is about job losses and automation. Chair, just to say that we don't anticipate further job losses, but we can't predict these things. In fact, SAQA, operated as a very manual intensive entity. So automation was always in the cards. And before we retrenched and we were financially a little more secure, the idea was to train our staff and reskill them, Chair. But events took over and we could not do that. So we were forced to actually do the retrenchment last year. And what we had done is, in that process, I think there was concern, there might be a little bit of a misunderstanding. We had 170 positions, Chair. 170 staff at that time. Some we didn't fill vacancies long before the retrenchment because we knew that we were financially very insecure. Of the 170 at the time of retrenchment, we retrenched 89 and we hired 81 people. Of the 81 people, Chair, every staff member at SAQA, including senior management team, had to compete for their jobs. Everybody was interviewed. It was a very fair, quite an intensive process, and people were placed in the job. In fact, over 78 of the 81 jobs were filled with internal applicants. So I just want to assure the committee that we really applied our minds in terms of doing that. Chair, sorry, I'm just looking at the other parts of it. We continue now, as we have gaps in terms of our service delivery. We are employing staff on contractual basis very deliberately, because we don't know after the automation what specific skill sets we would need. So we don't want to create any unfounded expectations, but to say that in our negotiations with the unions, in a very protracted retrenchment process, we did indicate in writing that if we employ any staff, that the retrenched people would be the first on our list, that they would be our go-to. And, Chair, just to say that we are not in a position where we could afford to find staff, to retain staff who are doing a lot of manual work. So the whole idea of the automation is to address this and to make us work better, more efficiently, effectively, and smarter. So we will need some expertise, but we can only know when we get to that point. And, as my chairperson has reminded me, Dr. Lalwane, organograms are never exact science, but we are really following the good practice of form following function. But we are very mindful of the fact that, people's lives and livelihoods are at stake here, Chair, and we are trying to do the best that we can. Chair, I want to thank the members for their support. It has been a very, very trying time, but even within all of this, we have found new ways and better ways of working. SAQA, with its streamlined functions and organogram, is able to, offer a service. We are still delivering on our mandate. We have the support of the board, the support of DHET and others. One of the members, I think it was Machizi, asked about the organogram. It's on page 34 of our strategic plan. You will find it there. If there are any other questions, Chair, given the interest of time, we can submit responses in writing. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for your responses. Yes, please do. If there are areas where you would like to elaborate on a bit, and if there are areas where members feel as though they haven't been sufficiently adequately responded to, can you please facilitate that process through the office of the Secretariat, Anele. So now I think I'd like to then hand over to colleagues from the Qcto.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if the chairperson is on. She was having a problem getting back on. But if I have to continue to respond, Chair, if that's fine with you.
Yes, please do continue.
Thank you very much. Chair, in terms of the issue raised by Honorable King, in terms of the sustainability of the organization, let me firstly say that Qcto is has got a good standing in terms of going concern. But when we talk about sustainability, we have to really make ourselves sustainable. You know, our APPs and our strat plans, we would like to include a lot more in it, and we would like to do a lot more. But unfortunately, the budget is the limitation. So we keep ourselves sustainable by actually cutting down on some of our activities based on the funding. But in terms of the organization going down, I think that is very unlikely. But certainly we need a review of the funding, as I've been indicating. In terms of the digitization, Chair, I think I just need to clarify again, Honorable King, the digitization that the CFO referred to was the digitization of the historical records. However, in the same tone of digitization, let me indicate that Qcto, our working environment is almost completely digitized. You know, we could seamlessly move into a working from home situation. During the lockdown, we continued without any break in work time because of the platforms that we have in place. So I think those are just processes that you know, we do have going. In terms of Honorable Khoza, the extent of the CET and TVET college now, for a long time, this has been a challenge, and mainly it was because of the funding model, where public TVET colleges were funded for the N4 to N6 and the N courses. So the vocational were not funded, and so there was very limited uptake. The uptake started with what was the Center of Specialization program, where the department took 13 occupational trade qualifications, and that was a pilot that the department conducted. However, let me just say, with our recent work and into TVET and CET colleges, we have at least 30 CLCs. Those are the learning centers currently accredited, and with an uptake of about 13 different qualifications. So certainly the CETs have come on board in the last month or two in a big way, and something that we're quite happy with. And with regards to the TVET, we have accredited over 50 TVET campuses so far, with 8 in progress at the moment. So there is an appetite now for the vocational qualifications. And as I indicated, with the additional funding now that has been given to the TVET and CET colleges, there will be much more demand for the Qcto qualifications. Honorable Khoza, in terms of your question, in terms of beneficiaries get exit opportunities. It's certainly that's the difficult one for QCTO. We can make you employable, but we can't guarantee employment. We wish we could, get that kind of link with industry. In terms of Honorable Subia, I think I just need to highlight that when we said that we've been making progress since 2011, and while the organization was established, we've been making steady progress within the confines and the constraints that the QCTO had found itself in being this new entity. Certainly, I want to correct the view that there aren't 246 posts that need to be filled. The 246 posts were based on the mandate of the QCTO if it was to take over all of the quality assurance work undertaken by the SETAs. And that is closely linked to the business case, which I made a point today of raising here, that the business case has not been approved, which means 246 posts will never come to fruition in any short space of time. What I did indicate is that we have sufficient funding for 114 posts, of which 94 are full and 17 are currently in the process of being filled. So, I want to clear that it is not that we have 246 vacancies. In terms of Honorable Maslotsi, the QCTO level of collaboration to promote skills development. Yes, between the QCTO and SAQA, there has to be that collaboration, because the programs that we develop or the qualifications that we develop, have to be registered by SAQA. And we have a conversation now going with SAQA in terms of how do we deal with the skills programs that the QCTO has brought in place. But definitely the QCTO has a very high level of collaboration with the SETAs at this point in time because of their proximity to industry. Honorable Boshoff, I have noted the issue that you have raised. I would look into that personally, but I also want to take this opportunity to raise another critical aspect. Honorable Boshoff talks about an inspectorate in the DHET. Now, there is no inspectorate, but we have a very unique situation in the country where higher education institutions and colleges that fall under the definition in terms of the CET Act are required to be registered by the department. And that gives the department some legal muscle to, shut down providers that are not offering as they're supposed to. However, the QCTO is in this unique position where the skills development providers are not required to be registered by the department and only accredited by the QCTO, which leaves us very little room to maneuver. And there are some 4,000 plus skills development providers. So this is a challenge. If they were registered by the department, then it gives a legal way of dealing with these colleges. Chair, I think those were the questions that were addressed to the QCTO, and I hope I have done justice in responding to that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues from the QCTO. I think that then concludes our responses from all entities. I'd like to then just go to the AG's office. If colleagues from the AG's office are still here, if they could kindly indicate whether or not they're still here.
Chair, it's Michelle. Yes, I'm still here. I'm with two other members from my team.
Okay, awesome. Michelle, any remarks from yourselves?
No, from my side, Chair, I just want to thank you. I think I appreciate also being around, although I had to leave at a point, but I did come back and my team to just hear the presentations. And I think we also looking forward to implementing our new way of looking at the APPs and the targets. And it will be a good conversation that we'll have sometime in September or October. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues from the AG's office. Again, we really, genuinely do always appreciate the work that colleagues do in contributing to strengthening our institutions, our entities, our departments, and being able to really address the daily lived needs and interests of our community. So we really appreciate the work that you do. I'd like to then check DG. I don't see Deputy Minister Manamela on the platform. So perhaps then I'll just hand over directly to you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I trust that I'm adequately audible on your side. Firstly, allow me to thank you, Chair, for your leadership and direction. Clearly, the presentations that have been made by the colleagues demonstrate a measure of some integration that is taking place in the sector. If I were to compare this with the previous years, you can actually see that the presentations that we made earlier, they are clearly linked, and you can see how our priorities are, they find expression in the plans of our entities. It is important for me to make the following observations. I think from the presentations that have been made, it's clear that we need to focus more on the monitoring of our outcomes, monitoring of indicators and targets towards the achievements of the broader priorities within the medium-term strategic framework as identified by the 6th administration of our government. I think it's also important that colleagues in the entities recognize that the medium-term strategic framework is both an implementation plan, but also it is an integrated monitoring framework. And therefore, it's crucial that we establish stronger monitoring mechanisms so that the outcomes that we have set and the indicators and targets, their implementation translate into service delivery. I think that what the AG presented earlier on in terms of the new direction in the auditing is going to assist us, Chair, towards the attainment of these objectives. Allow me to also say to the colleagues that we do need to do better in the promotion of alignment amongst various entities in terms of targets that are set. We do need to improve on our coordination programs, and we do need to work harder towards ultimately ensuring there's full integration of all our development planning instruments as well as ensuring that an integrated framework bear results, and we eliminate duplication, role conflicts, and ensure better coordination through various models that promote service delivery. We are very excited about the presidential district development model, because we can see that it is bringing all government towards ensuring that our programs are focused towards the attainment of those strategic objectives. I thank the colleagues for their hard work. It is clear that work is being done, but I think it's important that planning is also informed by data that is generated from the ground, so that inputs that we generate from that evidence help us to refine our strategic direction. Otherwise, Chair, we thank you for the facilitation of such an important meeting. We've been absorbed in it from the beginning to this time of the evening. And we have no regrets. We are determined to take seriously the concerns that have been raised by members, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. We are going to process them into the agenda of our EXCO, so that we ensure stronger articulation in the system, stronger integration, and promote better seamlessness and better implementation, and improve service delivery. Thank you very much, Chair. We appreciate this, and there's a lot we are taking back to our offices to improve our programs, and we appreciate you and all the colleagues that work with you.
Thank you so much, DG Sishi. I'm glad that DG found this to be a worthwhile exercise. I don't think it's net choice, DG, but to do what we are mandated to do. And I really want to appreciate the commitment of yourself, DG, together with your team, to the work that we are mandated to fulfill as a sector in our differentiated roles. Colleagues, I really want to thank you. It's about 6 minutes past 6, which means essentially we have really tried our best to conclude the work that we've been tasked to do within the requisite time. It's been quite a marathon of a day, and from all colleagues from the various entities led by the department, you've all really been such great sport, and we really appreciate that. I think overall, DG, funding seems to be a massive crisis for our sector, and it's probably not even only our department or departments. Now as a committee, considering that we are also responsible for science and innovation, I'm sure it's across government as a whole where we feel as though there aren't sufficient funds for us to do the amount of work that we are tasked to do in responding to the interests of the South Africans that we represent. But I think funding seems to be a massive concern, colleagues. If I just try to look at what's coming out from our discussions with each of our entities, when you look at NSFAS, for example, funding for administration in order for NSFAS to be able to function optimally, but also funding for tuition. When you look at the CHE, for example, the demand on the sector is ever increasing with the number of young people or number of people who now have access to the sector, which means the work of the CHE is also increasing, and therefore the demand for funding also increases. And we're noting that as a common trend across various entities. And so as we as a portfolio committee commit ourselves to continue to to be a motor force that will advocate for increased funding for the sector, we must, though, be put into confidence by the department and its entities on how we will ensure that these funds are effectively and efficiently used. Therefore, when you then look at the AG's briefing to today, concerns around the indicators and whether or not they are measurable, whether or not they're consistent. And, we note that the process of this particular process of the AG's office could be seen as a value add. However, we know why that is that, and that is why Minister, for example, would have said to the AG's office, can you please find a way to capacitate the sector to be able to plan accordingly, because good planning there's a quote about good planning, but good planning is quintessential to ensuring that we're able to implement, and that has a direct impact on the reports that we will then receive at a later stage. So we also, as we advocate for increased funding, we really want to be put into confidence by colleagues that they will be able to use these funds efficiently and effectively in bettering the lives of South Africans and becoming self-liberated citizens of this country. On NSFAS, again, if we were to resolve, colleagues, we really implore on NSFAS to improve its turnaround time in responding to queries. That's a common trend. It's a concern that is shared by probably all members of this portfolio committee, by our secretariat, because they are the ones at times who also receive these inquiries. And so we really need to find a way to strengthen that. And of course, we understand, CEO, that is directly linked to the administrative capacities of the institution. And we have said as a committee that we acknowledge the fact that NSFAS needs increased funding for it to be able to fulfill its work. We also need NSFAS to improve its communication strategy to ensure public education on the appeal process in order to ensure that no student is left behind. And this is an effort that, we really need to see how we can even we as a portfolio committee, as we plan on having our joint committee meeting with the portfolio committee on basic education, we need to look into how, we raise this particular concern, not only on the application for NSFAS, but even how young people apply for institutions of higher learning, not only universities, but the TVET program as well. So those are some of the issues that we as a committee need to agree that we will raise and champion in our meeting, in our joint committee meeting with the portfolio committee on basic education. We also must, CEO Nongogo, I think the question that Honorable King raises, I think we must, DG through you, we must apply ourselves at a higher level. So when we speak about how NSFAS could have had an impact, sorry, not NSFAS, COVID could have had an impact on, the general operations of the sector at large, and there are particular lessons we can learn that can assist in strengthening the sector. This includes, how COVID could have altered our thinking on accommodation, how it could have altered our thinking on teaching and learning, altered our thinking on funding for the sector, and also, so we need to think creatively on how, and innovatively on how perhaps COVID has allowed for us a moment for us to introspect on how else can teaching and learning in higher education or in the PSET sector take place. And of course, this will need collaborative work with other departments, because what we understand is that, for example, if we're saying that we can decentralize higher education by ensuring that we use community halls and other spaces for teaching and learning, we will need to have the adequate infrastructure to support that particular decentralization. So that would require that we work together with other departments as well, but other spheres of government, the province and local government as well. We of course have mentioned the issue around the 9 TVET colleges, and we really need the department there to be stern on ensuring that there's consequence well, firstly, I guess, following up on that particular challenge that NSFAS is facing there, but also then that there is consequence management for those colleges that are really creating a barrier for the sector, particularly for that TVET program. And then please, if colleagues can resolve on the 35,000 potential expectations there on NSFAS, and if there are any changes that are made to the APP, if that can be shared with the portfolio committee, please. Now on the CHE, we really want to, again, appreciate the challenges that you have in terms of, funding and or the lack thereof, and how you have, attempted to continue doing your work considering the increased demand there. And we must welcome the short-term financial sustainability of the CHE, as well as plans to implement the digitization. Oh my God, that's a tongue twister. Digitization of the process. So that's with the CHE. And then in relation to SAQA, we know that some of the entities' 2022-2023 targets are based on whether or not the president proclaimed the NQF Amendment Act. And it's concerning that there will be delays in the implementation of those targets as they are dependent on that particular proclamation. The committee is gravely concerned about the delays in the proclamation of the NQF Amendment Act, and even more concerning that the department will be presenting the NQF, apologies for that, the NQF, even more concerning that the department will be presenting the NQF Amendment Bill to Parliament for processing while there is an outstanding proclamation of the 2019 NQF Act. And so as a portfolio committee, we really want to urge on the department, or even more so the political office, the ministry, to liaise with the Office of the President to inquire about this. And I think colleagues that say, look, they understand that the president is quite inundated with a number of matters at this point in time, but that of course is of grave concern to the committee and to the sector at large. We further commend that the SAQA board and executive management for steering the entity during difficult times, and we are hopeful to hear that the report there's a report that the entity is financially stable in the short term. But of course, having that underlying appreciation of the fact that funding is a challenge for the sector at large. We urge SAQA to expedite the automation process to ensure sustainability in the medium to long term. We also welcome the additional funding allocation by the department to SAQA for digitization and automation of systems and processes. That word is going to give me a challenge for some time. I mean, I think I generally have an innate stutter from my father, but that word really so we also want to urge that automation should not result, of course, in exclusion through the further loss of jobs. And then, colleagues did indicate that the organogram is present on one of the slides, and we'll just have to ensure through the Secretariat that we make that available to members. And then in relation to the Qcto, we there as a portfolio committee are of the view that the minister must expedite the appointment of the Qcto board chairperson. We know that the business case of the entity has not been approved, and consequently there are no funds to fill all the posts, and that is of grave concern to the committee. We are of the view that the department should ensure that the Qcto is adequately funded like all other entities and capacitated as the quality assurance demand will increase due to the uptake of the occupational programs by TVET and CET colleges. We note that the purchase of the premises has taken far too long. This has been a matter that has been before the committee since since we entered the committee in the civil administration. And that's probably a legacy matter that we have inherited as a committee. And we really want to recommend that the minister expedites the consideration of the documentation submitted by the Qcto. We really want to implore DG through you. A lot has happened since your arrival. As we were on a stimela, or in Shosholoza, are now we're on the Gautrain train. I don't know what else is faster than the Gautrain train. We have to make international reference for that. Therefore, honorability, we must be able to travel, as the portfolio committee, to go and cross-reference with other countries on what could be faster than that. But we are trying our best, colleagues and honorable members, to perhaps bring us to some sort of summary of the engagements that we've had. But of course, the committee secretariat has noted the key and common recommendations and areas of concern that have come out of the discussions this afternoon. It is now 20 minutes past 6. I really want to thank all of you for your inputs. Masebenzeni, let us do the work that we are tasked with the limited resources that we have. Let us make sure that the job is done. One thing I don't understand, DG, is when colleagues say that there is a shortage in funding. However, we sell imali, and what we're saying is that we shouldn't recklessly now and try and use funds, right? But that then links directly to good planning. And we want to commit ourselves as a portfolio committee to continue our quarterly monitoring and evaluation and oversight of the department and its entities, and our work in this regard, and we really want to stress this, must never be understood or rather misunderstood as a witch hunt of any nature, as an attempt to find or to paint the work of the department and its entity with a red pen, but perhaps a green one that is corrective, one that is rehabilitative, one that is supportive to the work that the department and its entities are trying to do. There are other matters, colleagues, that we think must be lifted to become standalone discussions, and colleagues will see that coming out in the work of the committee. Where we feel as though we need to. Honorable King spoke about a colloquium on funding. We've had one, Honorable King. We've had a colloquium on funding very early in the start of the SIP administration. Perhaps the question then becomes, from the resolutions that came out of that colloquium, where are we as a sector? Minister, of course, in his opening remarks, spoke at length about the work that's being done by his department and the task teams in addressing some of the funding challenges in the sector. And so let us think creatively on how we can strengthen the work that we are all doing, to look back into the recommendations or resolutions that came out of the colloquium on funding in the PSET sector. And when we are then presented with the report from the MTT, as Minister alluded to, DG, how do we then ensure that there's synergy in terms of the areas of concern that the committee had and what is then being presented by the MTT. So, colleagues, there's a lot of work that we still need to do. A lot of work has been done, but the plans are there. And as President Cyril Ramaphosa says, now is the time for us to implement. The Minister alluded to that very strongly and sternly in his opening remarks as well. South Africans are tired of promises. South Africans are tired of telling us what they need. DG, someone said, we always implore on citizens to be active citizens, to come to these indabas, to come to these roundtables, to come to whatever. Citizens come and they share and they give information and they, express their concerns. We also have to play our parts where we come forth with what we've already been told needs to be done. And then when we go back to citizens, we say, okay, we've done this so far. What else how else do you think we can strengthen the work that we're doing? But citizens are tired and they really would like for us to pull up our socks and play our part too. And that can only be done through collaborative effort. As Minister said, we really want to see the university program coming on board and assisting the rest of the PSET sector, the TVET program, the CET program, and even CETAs maybe, we really want to see industry come on board. in terms of the work being done in CETAs, in terms of the work being done by TVET. So the only way that these plans that we brought forth today can really find the type of expression we need them to find is if there is that social compact that President Cyril Ramaphosa often speaks about. So this startup that I inherited from my father can be problematic at times. But honorable members and colleagues, thank you so much for your continued effort. Also really nice to see DG Makoskazi finding expression there in the department, even in the entities that presented today. We saw, many women, of course, some are acting. We'd like for them at some point not to act anymore. Some were standing in, we'd like to see more engagements of this nature, DG, where the representation of these entities is very similar to myself, young and bright and woman and Black, and we'd really like to see that happen more often. We'll meet again on Friday with the Department of Science and Innovation. It will be as lengthy a day, just as much a marathon. But we know that we'll be able to get through it with your ever committed selves. Thank you so much, honorable members and colleagues. This meeting is officially adjourned.
Recording stopped.